final 3 weeks of action. Belmont at the Big A's. We are back downstate. 12 days of racing, and then we head back to Saratoga for the summer with that early start with July 4th weekend. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. What a week we had.
It was. It was such an amazing week. It almost feels like it didn't happen. It just sort of feels like a dream being up there. We certainly packed a lot of great racing, a lot of events, a lot of difficult situations with the weather up there, but all around an exciting week. And obviously the big race was everything you could want out of a race, an amazing performance, really, by the top two finishers, the same top two horses from the Derby.
Which we will talk, plenty more about, but no question who the leader of this division is. Sovereignty, Derby, Belmont, increasing that margin of victory from that first Saturday in May to this third and final leg of the Triple Crown. What a performance and what a job Belmont has done with that horse. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Let's take a look at what we have coming up on the program today. Their feature race, this one, mile and a 16th on the turf, New York Breds in a first level allowance race, mile and a 16th, and Mommy's Turn. Morning line favorite, Chad Brown, turf debut. There was a lot happening for her in this race.
I really think this is one of those replays that you almost have to watch the entire replay to kind of appreciate her effort. Because if you look at just the surface of things, Chad Brown, first time on the turf, second time starter, 65 buyer. Not that exciting, but breaks a little bit slowly in here, gets rank in the early stages, completely shuffled back. Jose Lezcano, a rider that really rarely seems to have horses not settle for him. This horse was a handful for him, Greg.
Rank early, legitimate stumble out of the gate, concedes all that ground, and you're still just not happy. Seemed like really hard to handle throughout the majority of the running of this race, and then takes off and makes this huge move into and around the turn. And then when she finally finds open space, you see her kick in.
And for the most part, when horses get rank like this, I think the reason that Jose was trying to get her to settle is that they're expending so much energy fighting the rider, getting rank, running off, that they don't really produce that kick at the end, and yet she still was able. You look right here. I mean, this horse, Jose probably should have gotten double pay for getting this horse home, all things considered, and just getting her finally the winner's circle, and she's still fighting him. I mean, she fights him all the way until he finally lets her run, yet it never seemed like that her energy really dissipated. What happens if she's more professional today and she breaks well and gets position? And believe it or not, horses can be night and day. He makes that big four-wide run. He kind of wants to settle her here and save ground, but then he's going to realize, I can't do that. I just kind of have to let her go. But even after doing this, he ends up she lugs in a little bit. This horse was so green, so difficult, and Jose managed to get her the winner's circle. No easy feat, but she was impressive.
And here's the finishing touches. Finds that open space, and then, she just kicks clear and shows some turn of foot here. This was start number 2, turf debut. And now with that experience under her belt, you would think things are going to go at least a little bit better today.
Well, she's had, 28 days and 12 days, 40 days since that last race. And a lot of times these horses are much more professional. I think the couple horses outside of her are both very dangerous. Even the horse on the rail, the one North End Lady, has some races as well for Barclay Tagg, and kind of the hero of the Saratoga meet, John Velasquez, riding this horse. He has some week up there.
9 wins to pace the way for that Colony Belmont at Saratoga week. As you mentioned earlier, we were talking horses. Yes, some big pickup mounts, but take nothing. Just incredible performance.
Not a bunch of short-priced horses either.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Let's bring you the entire card. We are fast and firm again. Very warm afternoon. Also have action from Horseshoe Indie. We'll have Rachel McLaughlin on joining us in just a little bit. They're about 65 minutes to post. They are fast and firm for their card as well, bringing run through 6 out at Horseshoe Indie. We're going to kick off the card. 2-year-old fillies on the grass. Maiden special weight going 6 furlongs, and Nana's Love, some big pedigree here.
Yeah, well, one of the disappointments in the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival was Fierceness' second place finish, and she is a half to Fierceness.
Here's Golden Goose, first-time starter for Mark Casse.
I don't want to throw any horse that Mark Casse is running out. I mean, this barn has been so hot for a long time.
Here's the half-sister to Fierceness, and maybe even more important, the other one.
Menti, who was a City of Light, and this one's a Caravaggio, ran well enough first time out in a race that collapsed, experience and pedigree.
Yeah, Menti was a Grade 3 winner on the turf. Here is Matadora, Graham Motion.
We think this is the first Raging Bull we've seen work 10 to 5th, the 2-year-old sale. There's enough turf pedigree for a very good trainer in Graham Motion who can win these 2-year-old races.
Stablemate to the favorite for Pletcher, Venerini.
And Nickname won the Frizette, but she actually was okay in the turf, and she's produced a turf winner as well. Plenty of pedigree in this one.
George Weaver, first time out, Mayora.
I went to this one on a guess with George Weaver. It just seems to be so live. Joel Rosario riding as well.
Chrysalism at 7-1. The Dam was multiple Grade 3 winner on synthetic and a 3-time winner on turf.
Plenty of pedigree for this one for Graham Motion, and 7-1 right now. I don't
Where
care
is
what
she?
the price is in here. What's that?
Somewhere she's out there. We're still looking at the 5 right now.
She's hiding. Trying to find her. She's probably one of the ones with 4 legs, the 6 in her saddle cloth. Just trying to help.
Thank you, Andy.
Yeah, I'm here to help. That's my job.
So still looking at Mayora. There's Joel Rosario for George Weaver.
Mayora is, she doesn't have as much pedigree as some of the others, but I just feel like Weaver's always dangerous.
We found her.
There she is.
So Manny Franco for another Graham Motion here.
Yeah, Manny Franco a little unlucky with Spirit of St. Louis, and the stake had real trouble in that race. No fault of Manny's.
And Connect the Stars, another Marcassi runner debuting outside.
Hey, and this one is a half to 2 turf winners and goes out for Tracy Farmer at a huge win with Lacara, who at this point arguably could be the leader of that division with 2 Grade 1 wins, and see what happens with the favorite in there. Is she going to bounce back from there? Have there been any reports about the favorite from the Acorn?
Just Brad Cox felt it was just
Wet
a little
track, just
perplexed
didn't
and didn't show up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I heard you try, make that case for Lacara. Everyone would assume good cheer, but it's interesting discussion.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, listen, hopefully they'll meet again in the CCA Oaks and they'll meet in the Alabama and they can settle on the racetrack where the score should be settled. But right now, Lacara has the argument that she is the leader of that division.
Get signed up, play all the action right there at NowRedBets.com. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. We're 4 minutes from the opener. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And for those playing the early double, just a late scratch was announced for the next race, for the second race, number 6, Now You See Me, Now You Don't, is a late scratch. But getting back to this race on hand, look, I'm going to stick to 4 horses. Honestly, I could talk about all of them, but we'll begin with your favorite, and that's number 2 in here, Nona's Love, who does have the experience edge over her rivals. But I'm not loving the looks of her. I know she is the half-sister to Fiercest. Looks nothing like him, nor her other half-sibling in Mentee. She is tiny, and there really isn't much of an engine on her. Yes, I do think she'll appreciate this switch to turf and maybe experience and liking the surface. She holds that edge over her rivals, but I just feel like a firster with a bit of talent is going to be able to beat your favorite. Now, Mark Casse, he'll send out 2 in here, and I echo the sentiment that Andy has. Throw anything out from the Mark Casse barn, especially these juveniles, at your own peril. I do think the one Golden Goose is more intended for this surface, a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. Great size to her. A lot of Mark's horses win these races because they're a lot more physically mature than their foes. And for me, she's big. She's got a lot of scope to her frame. She comes in here fit and strong. The only thing is 6 furlongs might catch her out a little bit. She does pose the question mark of maybe wanting more ground in the future. Now, the one of 2 for Grand Motion, honestly, I do like both of Grand Motion's horses. Matadors, who we'll take a look at here. The 10-1 work, yes, she really pushed well on that synthetic surface from behind. And she doesn't have the biggest stride to her, but it was a quick, efficient stride. So while she does have a lot of leg to her, it does feel as though she could be effective sprinting here, as she is dappled head to toe. She's been incredibly professional, and she looks just a bit more fit than her uncoupled stablemate in here, Chrysalism, though warmed up beautifully. Chrysalism, I'm kind of giving you 1.5 horses here with Grand Motions too, and I really do respect her. I'll be curious to see how she runs here. Now, Mayora for George Weaver, she's your typical George Weaver first-time starter and your typical Speightstown in that really looks like a sprinter. Of any of the horses in here, she looks and is built like the one who wants to travel this 6 furlong distance. So don't be surprised if she does show a bit of early speed, if she's professional. Furthermore, there's plenty of sprint pedigree on the bottom side too. As the second dam, Cindy with an S, she was a stakes winning turf sprinter, but also great stakes winning dirt sprinter. Comes in here, great coat, got a really big warm up from Joel Rosario. She's about 90% fit, but sometimes in these situations, Greg, if they're fast and they get to the lead, you don't have to be 100% fit. So I do think she is very dangerous.
Great information, Maggie. Thank you. So a negative with this 9-5 favorite with that big pedigree for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously there is a pedigree for turf. There's a pedigree to be a good runner. I didn't love the field this horse came out of first time. I think that she ran well in it in the sense that the pace kind of fell apart a little bit, and she still managed to finish third. How strong the race was, I don't know. The thing is, you bet her thinking she can improve on the turf, but you take the worst of it because she's under 2-1.
Meanwhile, a duo for Graham Motion, a duo for Marcassi, throw in George Weaver, and this is a very difficult race, not to mention a stablemate to Todd Pletcher's favorite here.
Yeah, no, there's a lot going on. 2 Cassies, the 2 horses for Graham Motion, and, you know, people are sort of ignoring the other Todd Pletcher runner, and that one, frankly, has tons of turf pedigree. Wooten Bassett, a stallion, I believe, he was in France. I think Coolmore had bought him a few years ago, but nicknamed a Scat Daddy. She was very good on dirt, but she also was proficient on the turf as well, and has produced a turf winner, second dam a turf winner. So there's pedigree abounding in this race, and it's really interesting to see how much of a European influence you have. You know, Caravaggio siring the 2 is a Euro. The number 3 is, you know, a sire born bred in Kentucky, but a raging bull. This Wooten Bassett bred in Kentucky. There's so much more European pedigrees now in these turf races than you used to see.
Yeah, 9-1 on the other Pletcher, that 4. And as you mentioned, the dam did not win on the grass, but an 82 and 87 buyer in the 2 races she ran on turf, where she was second and third against Allowance Optional Claiming Company.
Right, it's not always about winning. You know,
Yeah.
you can find horses that win on the turf that ran 53 buyers. It doesn't mean they love the turf. You find horses that didn't win but ran good pedigrees. And also looking at stallions, you know, were their sires turf horses? Do they have a good turf stallion here? And you look through this race, you get a good turf influence really from the sire of everyone except for the 7, Connect, not that efficient a turf stallion.
Dan was, of the 7, a multiple
That's
minor
turf, though.
stakes winner on dirt.
But she's produced 2 turf winners out of 2 try. It's just not
Yeah.
that good. High 60s, mid 70s.
So here we go. We kick off this Thursday card. First race back downstate. Final 12 days of action before we head back up for the entire summer to Saratoga. And it is Nana's Love, the half to Fierceness, the half to Grade 3 Futurity winner on the grass, Mentee, making her turf debut for Todd Pletcher, coming up with John Velasquez as we see Mayora acting up at the gate here for George Weaver for this debut effort.
She's the one who took all the later money. She's now the 5-2 second choice, the number 2 down to 7-5. But we'll see what happens in this race. And these are the kind of races I would never worry about prices in these races. You like a horse, bet them. These are the kind of races you often see some kind of goofy results. And you've got nothing but good trainers in this race.
So starting gate crew with her hands full with Mayora. She gets right to that gate, and that's as far as she wants to go. And wow,
Joel's actually getting ready to ride the bull.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, that
close.
was he could ride the bull, and you know, like in where do you stand in Urban Cowboy?
Terrific movie.
Tremendous movie.
Absolutely terrific.
Really is such a good movie, and I think he could do that. What do you think?
And apparently Joel
you
was
see
the
him
problem.
in the Travolta type of thing, you know, learning to be the cowboy. Love that movie.
Downing the worm out of the tequila bottle. Great scene.
We've all been there.
All right, here we go. There's Chrysalism. Last to load will be Connect the Stars on the outside. Now this one being a little bit stubborn. She saw the bad behavior. And sometimes it could be a domino effect. Patiently waiting. Much more well-behaved. We'll see when she gets up to the gate, though. Connect the Stars. Chris Griffin back on the call. This opener, Belmont at the Big A on our Thursday card.
Last to load, Connect the Stars. Ricardo Santana Jr. to the outside. And in. All set. Oh, Connect the Star. Also backs up. Now in. All set. And they're off. Nona's Love shoots right out of the gate and quickly out to the front. Here comes company to the outside from Chrysalism. And Chrysalism is now going to put a nose in front. It's these two up the back stretch, but Nona's Love does not want to give up the lead, and these two hook up early in a pace duel. Settling off of them, that's Matadora, and Flavian Pratt is right there in third, is followed towards the inside by Venerini. The Red Silks is Mayora, and Joel Rosario, the 2. At the back, Connect the Stars, and Golden Goose. The front two go at it 21-4. They zip through that opening quarter mile. Nona's Love is trying to catch a breather, but Chrysalism is having none of it. Is within a neck of the leader, and they continue to duke it out up front. Moving closer as Matadora was alone in third. Venerini has moved towards the outside. Mayora's got a wide run on the Red Silks as they still chase the top two, who went 44.32 for a half-mile time. On the inside, it's Nona's Love and John Velasquez finding more. Chrysalism is back to second. Here comes a run towards the inside from Matadora. Trying to make up late ground is Mayora, but it's Nona's Love who approaches a final 16th and still is up by 3.5. Nona's Love was intent on being in front and wins the opener. Nona's Love wins it over Mayora, then came Matadora and Chrysalism in 1 minute 8.34 seconds.
6-5 favorite with that big pedigree. The half to fierceness, the half to grade 3 futurity winner on the grass, Mentee, does not disappoint.
Didn't leave that rail with the rails coming down for the first time in the outer turf. And frankly, 21-4 on a very firm turf course. Not exactly a huge pace, but was able to easily best this field. The 5 Mayora will probably benefit from that start, acting up behind the gate a bit wide into the stretch. Ran fine to be second, but nobody was catching this horse. She was much the best.
Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, Rapoli stable, and debut turf effort, second start overall for Nona's Love, 108-1 to win the turf debut as a 6-5 favorite. 2-5-3-6 finish, pulls away here in the stretch as we go back to the start.
Yeah, it wasn't the. I mean, the 7 ducked out badly. It's just a few of them got left in there a little bit. 5 broke a bit slow, but nobody was cost the race. This horse was going to win probably pretty much under any circumstances.
So turf debut, convincing win to kick off this Thursday action. 6-5 favorite. After 9 wins upstate at Saratoga, John Velasquez picks right up where he left off, back downstate here. Take a timeout. What a moment this was. 2 champs in embrace after the Belmont. Junior Alvarado and Umberto Rizpoli. After that 1-2 finish and repeat from what we saw on Derby Day, Bill Mott's got the best 3-year-old in the game.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My AirPods.
I got the page, thank you. Stand by 31. 31's up. Johnny B. Next is going to be ISO. And ISO.
I just witnessed a really cool exchange with you and jockey Umberto Rispoli, both of you giving each other's horses all the love.
Absolutely. It's about, horse racing. That's what it is about. It's about two great horses. They're matching, that horse run today. Amazing again for coming back, like after Preakness, and then today, like he fought very hard. It didn't make it any easy for my horse. I just think today he was great today.
He reigned supreme in this year, your first Kentucky Derby, and now your first Belmont.
Yes, Maggie. I mean, it sounds surreal, to be honest. I never, there was a point in my career, I think probably 5, 6 years ago, 4 years ago, I kind of see everything fading away, to be honest, and here I am.
It was such an amazing moment to witness this year for the Belmont Stakes with Junior Alvarado aboard Sovereignty, as well as the rider of journalism, Umberto Rispoli. As I feel like in that moment, they realized that it was bigger than them, that the horses took center stage, and that they were just happy to be a part of it. And I think that's what that exchange ultimately was between them, and just the respect for each other and the hard work and the effort that both of their horses gave. So it really was camaraderie, sportsmanship, all of that bundled into a magical moment for our second Belmont up in Saratoga, Greg. And I mean, I was just pleased to be an audience member at that very moment.
So fun to watch. Great to see just two brilliant 3-year-olds. Michael McCarthy said, look, my horse ran his race. He was built, he called him a gorilla. He's built to run in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. He ran his race. He just got beat by a better horse, and we'll see who continues to develop now in this second half of the year. We hope to see this rematch continue into the summer.
If Sovereignty was never born, journalism would be a Triple Crown winner, and everybody would be talking about him in hushed tones. And I don't think that anything, I think they might have gone a little overboard in doing so, but I don't think they'd have been so wrong. He's a very, very, very good horse. He just had the misfortune, like a lot of horses, like Alidar and did in the late 70s, like Easy Goer did with Sunday Silence, being born the same year as another exceptional talent. And Sovereignty is no doubt an exceptional talent. And I also think it's really interesting how much he's matured just in such a short period of time. I was worried he was too close to pace in the Belmont. It's just that he's maturing and he's putting himself into the races. It's not like they were walking up front early. He put himself in the game and he still finishes like a freight train. Sovereignty is the goods. These are very, very good horses. Even a horse like Baeza. There are years that he could have been effective in these races as well.
Sovereignty, oh yeah, closest we've ever seen him to the pace in a race. And, even kind of leading into that Kentucky Derby, we saw him get more serious in his morning workouts. That continued leading up into the Belmont. Can't wait to see these two go at it again. Hopefully it does turn into a great rivalry. We talk more about that and their summer plans coming up a little bit later in the show. Let's wrap up the opener. Impressive turf debut to the half-sister to 2-year-old champion and Travers winner Fierceness, known as Love Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, and Johnny V.
Yep, getting it done fairly efficiently in here as the favorite. It looks like the number 3, Genie, who I scratched into, looks like the favorite looking at multi-race bets. But right now, Mott and Junior are 4-5, but I think that'll change by post time.
One more look down the stretch, the 6. Chrysalism tried to put a little bit of heat on Nona's Love, and that was that. And then she just takes off, finds more, and goes 108-1 for the 6 furlongs for the turf debut victory.
Our first 2-year-old turf race we've run in New York this year, so always fun to have those. Really love the turf racing, especially the 2-year-olds.
$4.50 for the win. Now we got 2-year-old boys on the dirt coming up in a restricted maiden special weight in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day ahead. 5.5 furlongs here where we have even money on, Mott Jr., one-time Frankie debuting.
That could be the new thing now with Sovereignty, that Junior and Mott are going to take a lot of early money in their races. This one is the third choice, looking at doubles.
All right, we'll talk more about this field, get a look at them, see what Maggie thinks coming up. Let's look back at the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. And just, a lot of times these races don't live up to expectations. This one exceeded expectations. And one of the most exciting anticipated races going into this rematch in a long time.
And a race that really delivered. I think there were so many themes going in here. Now, like a lot of people, I thought Baeza was going to be able to turn the tables. He's just not as good as these horses right now. We'll see if that should change. But I also think the journalism ran terrific. I think there's an argument he ran as well as any race he's ever run before. There's no disgrace in losing when you run your race and meet a better horse, and he showed no effects of the Triple Crown. But at the end of the day, the story is the winner, especially when you're a horse that won the Derby. And this horse, Sovereignty, I mean, he just seems to keep getting better with every start, and he's certainly in the right hands with trainer Belmont.
And I know they wanted to give him time. They felt the 5 weeks was perfect for him. Doesn't he feel and look like a horse that could have won the Triple Crown?
He does. And I'll say something. Listen, I think connections, especially a trainer like Belmont, should make the decisions that they feel are right for their horses. And it is. I think you can be critical and upset without sort of blaming Belmont and pointing a finger at him, because at the end of the day, the fans were disappointed. The fans love the Triple Crown. There's an enormous amount of interest in it, and they want to see these horses in the races. So I don't take the fans, the sort of anger, whatever you want to call it, for Belmont for not running the Preakness as some sort of negative. I see it as a positive. I like that the fans care.
Yeah. Look at that crowded winner's circle. This feels like one of the really good 3-year-olds that we've seen in a long time.
It's just nice when we're up here.
2 of them,
to be able to talk about really good horses winning really good races. And I just think about it, it's so funny because the story at the beginning of the year were all of the very good 3-year-olds returning this year, and it's still a story. But I got a feeling these horses may be in trouble facing horses like Sovereignty and Journalism later in the year. Give those horses a little time to get even better. And you're talking about very, very exceptional racehorses. So we've got good 3-year-olds, but we've got good older horses as well.
Yes, we do. That's going to be exciting come the fall. First things first, we have a pretty hot summer to look forward to as well. Jim Dandy, prep for the unofficial 4th leg of the Triple Crown, and the Travers coming up this summer. And, Michael McCarthy with Journalism, they've taken the horse back to Southern California, said they're going to take it on a week-by-week basis. But Jim Dandy and Travers still very much on the table for him.
Obviously, I hope they come, and I'm thrilled if they come. And I do think, in a way, Eclipse Thoroughbreds and Michael McCarthy have already won the sort of owner and trainer for the fans this year in running this horse in all the Triple Crown races. So they're already ahead of the game and been so generous with their horse and in running these races. And I could understand going to California and pointing for a race like the Pivot Classic. On the other hand, they may be looking to face a horse like Nisos if he ends up staying out there. So they may be sort of damned if they do and damned if they don't. Yeah. And I do think that they appreciate the importance of this rivalry and running him in those races. So I would never criticize them. To me, Eclipse can do no wrong at this point because of their terrific handling of this horse. But as fans, you can't not want to see them. The idea, even if they don't run the Jim Dandy together, to think of the 2 of them hooking up in the Travers. We had one of the more memorable Travers ever last year, and this one would be another one for the ages.
Of course.
With Sunday Silence and Easy Goers didn't meet in the Travers, but Affirmed and Alley, unfortunately, sort of weird thing. But that's a race that fans will remember forever.
Yeah, hard to imagine one living up to what we saw with Fierceness, Torpedo Anna, but this could be right there. We'll wait and see how the summer kind of goes along and what the targets become, but it's out there and it's a possibility. We're going to see these 2 go at it again this summer. We got race 2 coming up. We're 9 minutes to post. There's a 4-5 favorite for Martin Jr.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2, as we are proudly brought to you by nybreads.com. New York Breads, they do start with an advantage, as they are featured front row and center for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And while it is a restricted maiden special weight, open also to horses that sold or RNA'd at their most recent sale for $50,000 or less. Also with New York Breds, this one only features New York Breds. And we'll start with the horse who is now even money. And I was a little reluctant to suggest him just based upon, what you see on paper. But I've got to say, once he walked into the paddock, yes, I agree. As number 4, One Time Frankie, son of Authentic. That's the problem, is that Authentic seemed to want to go longer. He doesn't have a particularly imposing stat when it comes to 2-year-old first-time starters. This guy turned out for the fact that he just looks like he's run before. He's acting like he's run before. So everything indicating that he's ready. Greg, it'll just be a question mark of, is he fast enough for this 5.5 furlongs? Definitely presents himself as a horse that would benefit from more ground.
Maggie, thank you. Here we go. Post parade coming up. Even money on this Belmont Junior Alvarado debuting son of Authentic. We'll get to in a moment. Here's part of an entry. Joe G23 has the rail.
I know you're kind of interested in this horse a little bit. 1 of 2 for Mike Maselli.
Not at 4-1 though.
Well, we love entries. Probably be drifting up.
Other half of the entry gets the outside post.
After Loki's Vengeance, but 7 other foals that were not very good.
And Loki's Vengeance, 9-time winner, just shy of $600,000 in earnings. Here is Genie debuting for Jorge Delgado.
Genie becomes my top choice. The scratch of Now You See Me, Now You Don't, just based on the trainer. Though the second dam, very good.
Here is the first-time starter, even money favorite for Belmont with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, the first foal ran 1 time with a 52 buyer on the turf. This is a second foal. We'll see.
And we'll see if Pletcher, Rapoli, and Johnny V can take the early double reside here.
Yeah, not unusual to see a Rapoli Pletcher first-time starter not taking much money, but that's the case right now with Reside.
7-2, all the money going to this 4 for the Belmont barn.
Is that it? They're going to just jump all over Junior Alvarado and Belmont now?
I mean, there has to be more than that, right? There has to
you
be
would
a story
think.
here. The dam was a first-out winner. I don't think.
Well, it's
I
also
looked at the workout reports from DRF. There was not a lot there.
Well, also, you don't see a lot of Belmont. You expect to see Pletcher and Mike Rapoli with first-time starters, Delgado shipping up here. This one is the one that sort of you're surprised is to see for these connections. Might be a good sign.
$40 Friday feeder contest, low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Belmont of the Big Ace 3rd on Friday. Go to NYRABets.com/contest to get involved. Good luck to everybody participating. Early pick 4 starts in this race coming up.
The pick 6 starts in race number 3, and there is a big single in race number 3 where I imagine Rock Harbor's going to be going. There are some races, though, that seem to be, I think, a little bit tricky and open. Race number 5, I think you and I felt there were a number of contenders. We'll see what happens in this sequence going forward, as right now, I have a feeling by post time, Genie will be favored.
All right, let's head down to Maggie.
Like I said, I really do respect One Time Frankie in here. Just That sire just puts a bit of trepidation into me, especially just with the debut with the 5.5 furlongs. But we're going with a bit of an unknown here when it comes to number 3, Genie, whom I don't want to misspeak, but I do believe that he was entered 2 weeks ago at Monmouth and was a scratch for Jorge Delgado that day, because I remember looking up this pedigree because I said, who the heck is waiting? He's had 2 foals to run. He never ran himself. He obviously is a son of American Pharaoh. But if you go back a generation on the bottom side, the second dam, Magnificence, was a graded stakes winner early on in her career and posted a 109 buyer for winning that graded stake. Genie is a very good mover, and he looks like he should be quick, like most of Jorge Delgado's horses are. As juveniles, they tend to get out of the gate. They're well schooled in that way. He does wear blinkers first time out, but that is kind of commonplace for his runners. We see Javier Castellano giving him a big warm-up out there. Like I said, I like the way he moves. I like the way he's getting out of over the ground. He should be your favorite. There's more accoutrement to say that he is a more deserving type of favorite than number 4, One-Time Frankie. Is Todd Pletcher looking to go back-to-back here with all the same people, Rapoli and Johnny Velasquez with Reside. Now, I mentioned the blinkers. When it comes to Delgado runner, it's not mentioned in the same breath when it comes to Todd's runners. Very often when Todd sends over a first-time starter with blinkers, it just means that they lack focus. They lack that kind of killer instinct that Todd, kind of innately puts into his horses. And you can see he just looks a little bit clueless out there. Not misbehaving, but just not totally clued in to what his job ultimately is. Not a bad-looking son, the Avina Rosso. The framework is there. He also just needs to fill it out. So wait and see approach with him. As Mike Maselli, he'll send out too in here, excuse me, as Sweetness 34. Not the greatest name in the world, but is out of that family that includes Loki's Vengeance, who, when I first started at Naira, was running for Mike Hushin and winning a lot of those New York bred sprint stakes, and he was one of my favorites. But every single sibling since then hasn't really looked like him and definitely hasn't been the same on the racetrack as him. I'll say this, Sweetness 34 does look a lot like Loki's Vengeance, and he's the first one in a while. I believe that's by Honest Mischief. I feel like a lot of them were by Frost Giant, so including Loki's Vengeance. So a more kind of precocious sire, if you will, and I wonder how he's going to run here. Mike Maselli, granted, Greg, not known to get his first-time starters ready to rock and roll, but I just wanted to mention that sometimes if they look like the good sibling, then they often run as well as them too.
So we'll see if that's the case with Sweetness 34. So yeah, shares similarities there with that 9-time winner, Loki's Vengeance. According to Maggie here, that won almost $600,000 in earnings, including the affirmed success.
Oh, he was very good, trainer Mike Hushin.
I thought the other half of the entry, with all that winnerly pedigree, was interesting. The dam won first time out, produced 4 foals that won their debut. So that is a lot of winnerly pedigree. We'll have to deal with the inside post to try and make it 5 here. Joe G, 23. Luis Rivera Jr. rides. Genie, as you predicted, the 3, has become your favorite. An unraced sire who was by American Pharaoh waiting.
Yeah, no, I had to look that up myself. I wasn't familiar with that horse at all. But obviously a big pedigree, I would guess.
As you mentioned, the second dam, first out winner as well, who was a grade 3 winner. Pick 4 begins here, then it's pick 6 time, beginning in the 3rd. Genie, the 3, the favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Heart sent from the inside is Joe G, 23, but Sweetness, 34 on the far outside will secure the front. In tight in between horses, that's Genie, is now going to claim second as they're tightly bunched as they move up the backstretch. And trying to cross over there is Sweetness, 34, now gets in front of the field as they approach. 4 furlongs left to go. Chasing all the time is Genie to the outside here in the green cap, is now a clear second, is at the rail. That's going to be Joe G, 23. Reside is on the move, and here come the Rapoli Silks and Reside. They are now cutting into the margin. They are only about 2.5 off the lead. 22 and 4 was that opening quarter mile. Reside looks like a big danger up on the outside. Sweetness 34 is the target as they reach the top of the stretch. Santana took a look back and the challengers to the outside and Reside. Reside is now lugging in there, and very game here is Sweetness 34, not giving up the lead yet. Inside the final furlong, these two are well clear of the rest, shoulder to shoulder for a final 16th. Reside is trying to get the edge. Sweetness 34, not giving in. These two down to the wire. It's going to be Reside to win it. Over Sweetness 34, then came One Time Frankie and Joji 23. In 1 minute 4.73 seconds.
Reside and the early double to these connections. Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and John Velasquez.
In a field of four, the third choice and fourth choices end up finishing 1-2. And Maggie had some good things to say about the 1A. You tried to come through the back door liking the 1 with the entry at 6-1. But this firster, for the same connections as the first winner today, taking virtually no money at 7-2. Didn't have any speed, looked early like this horse might just sort of drop out of the race, but made a big move on the turn and was able to grind out the victory well ahead of the other horses, well ahead of them.
Second biggest price on the board. A little shocking considering these connections.
And even the track's playing relatively quickly. This was a reasonable time for these horses, and they put an enormous amount of distance on the horses that finished behind them. I mean, that, I think, was over 10 lengths back or more to third, fourth, and fifth. Favorite, 5th of 5 at 4-5.
And again, early on, it did not look like it was going to be this one's day for the debut. But that changed quickly. 104.3, final time for the 5.5 furlongs. Reside, son of classic winner Vino Rosso, winning the debut.
Yeah, and running down the half to Loki's Vengeance. And nice stretch run between these two. It felt like the 1A might hold him off, and eventually he just grounded out.
5, 1A, 4, and 1 here in race 2. Pick 6 coming up next. It's an early double sweep for Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez, and Rapoli Stable here through the first 2 on this Thursday card at Belmont at the Big A.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Brought to you where you can play it all. Right there at Now Bet. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Warm Thursday afternoon into the 80s here in South Ozone Park, New York. And an early double for the combo of Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, Rapoli Stable, and John Velasquez.
Yeah. Not the way you sort of expect a lot of the firsters, especially 2-year-olds in general in this barn, to have a lot of speed. This horse had no speed early, which may have been the reason that you saw a bigger price than expected, but was able to get the victory. A nice closing run. And while, it's surprising with the third choice beating the entry, was the longest shot in the board near, but they finished way ahead of the field, and maybe the track's playing quickly, hard to know. It's our first dirt race, but a 104 and change, 104 and 3/5 is a very respectable time, even the track's playing quickly. And the fact that they put so much distance to the rest of the field, that maybe those horses didn't do much running, but I think the first two actually ran pretty well. They may have been as much as 14 or 15 lengths out of the third finisher.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's Reside, son of Vino Rosso, Breeders' Cup Classic winner for Todd Pletcher. And again, Rapoli Stable, John Velasquez aboard for that win. 5-1-A-4 finish. Pick 6. Here we go. Starts in race 3 with a huge favorite, Rock Harbor, who looks as close as there is to a free square than I've seen probably in a decade.
1-9, always a little bit dubious, but this horse, 1-2 in the morning line, figures to be an overwhelming favorite. If she were to run either of her last 2 races, she probably has this field at her mercy.
1-turn mile. It's non-winners at 2 life. She is coming off a maiden claiming victory, but a massive standout for Linda Rice, who just claimed this filly off that maiden win off of Ken McPeak.
I was looking up Linda's numbers, 45 to 90 days off the claim on the dirt. She is 40 for 152, $1.97 ROI, and with routers, she's 22 for 81, 27%, and a 208 ROI, so they deliver.
Concerned that it's a Kentucky claim for Linda?
No.
Joking.
I know you're not either. I know you are.
Incredible success with that maneuver. Let's look ahead to the weekend coming up. Modest rain shouldn't be a problem, knock on wood, for Saturday.
Yeah.
And early stakes action with this one, Cupicoy's Joy. 6 furlongs, outer turf, and a standout with Disco Star. 3-5 morning line, Mark Cassidy, Dylan Davis. In a near miss last time out in the Take the A train.
Yeah, this was against Open Company, and Disco Star is going to be an overwhelming favorite here. There's only one other horse with any turf experience, and that's the 3 Boston's Finest. But you look at this effort, she ran extremely well in here, and you could probably take 6 horses out of the race she's running in, and they'd all be heavy favorites if they were to run in this race. She has the turf experience, unlike only one other horse in the race, and she's done it and run well doing it. She's actually a very, very nice horse, Disco Star, and she probably has this field at her mercy on the turf unless somebody really steps up their game. Though a couple of nice dirt runners in the inside, too.
It's race 2 early on Saturday afternoon. You get a quick little break, and you'll be back with Acacia later on?
Yeah, I'm probably going to go to sleep in my office, so you may want to call me to wake me up. Just kidding. I'll be back in an hour.
We'll call in live during the show. Make sure you're still awake.
Looking forward to seeing Acacia. Where is she hiding?
She'll be here momentarily. She just walked into the room. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. So in case you're joining me here on the desk after this, we'll look back at some of the big action for the weekend. What an incredible way to close out Belmont at Saratoga with this performance. Such an emotional finish with Deterministic. Stay with us.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Just like to say one thing, Miguel, I love you to death. Both of us had such hard tragedies the last 2 years. Our daddies is always looking down on us and fighting with us, man. I'm just very pleased. This horse ran such an amazing race last time. He come back and repeat it. Congratulations to the owners. Jimmy Riccio, we got us a grade 1, my brother. I'm just very blessed, man. Thank you all so much, man. I love these ponies, man. Horse racing is the best sport in the world.
And we love you, Kendrick. Acacia.
Louisiana, baby.
Acacia, many congratulations to you and Miguel.
Thank you so much, Maggie, as this is probably the most special interview that I will ever do in my life with my husband, Miguel, for his first grade 1 win. I'll try to hold it together, but this is a horse that you believed in right from the beginning. Can you talk about what it means to see him in the grade 1 winner's circle here at Saratoga?
Yeah, he's been top class from the very get-go. He's a very impressive winner here at 2. He was the Gotham winner. He's won many stakes, different surfaces, distances. He's amazingly talented and athletic, so it's only fair that he finally got his first grade 1 today.
I know, of course, it's been an incredibly emotional week for you and for the entire family. I think your dad is incredibly proud of you.
Yeah, it's been tough for the family, the stable, the entire CC tribe, but I mean, you would have wanted it no other way, and we just hope to follow his footsteps, to be honest.
I'm incredibly proud of you as well. Enjoy this one. Congratulations.
Thank you. You might be biased.
I might be.
Could not have scripted, if you wrote this as a storyline, more touching ending to the week with what's happened with your family and the way that played out. What did it mean to Acacia Clement here joining us on the program here? The entire barn, ownership, and as Miguel said, the CC tribe, for it to play out the way it did with Deterministic.
Yeah, it really meant a lot, and I think he said it well, that Christoph would have wanted it no other way. He would have expected that everybody continue on and doing what's right by the horses and for the owners as well, and that's what the entire team did, not just Miguel, and I'm so proud of him and the way that he's handled himself, but our whole team, and I know Maggie understands this as well too. You know, when you're close to the barn, it's not just the horse, it's not just the owner, it's not just the trainer, but you know the hot walker, you know the guy that rides the horse every day, the exercise rider, you know their groom, you know all the people that have been working behind the scenes. And it wasn't just our family, but it was the entire stable and largely the racing family as well that was affected by the loss of Christoph. So an incredibly emotional day. I don't know if anybody witnessed me cheering in the winner's circle, but it was quite the roller coaster, and very, very proud of Deterministic. And for owners, as Andy touched on the broadcast this past weekend, particularly Kevin Warsh and Steve Dunker, who have been longtime close friends and were huge supporters of Christoph throughout his battle with cancer.
Felt like Christoph looking down on that performance. What an incredible way to end things in an amazing week with that performance. And a race that was rescheduled from Saturday and could not have worked out any better. horse has shown so much talent. We thought this horse was going to be a huge player in the Triple Crown Trail after that Gotham performance.
Yeah, and it was heartbreaking when he didn't get there. It was the disappointing effort in the Wood and the Peter Pan after that, and they switched him to turf, and it turned out to be the right distance. So I'm sure it's incredibly validating to see him now a Grade 1 winner in the grass. And look, with the rescheduling of the race, Greg, they changed the distance. That probably hurt Farbridge, but it helped Deterministic. He was able to just hold on for the mile and an eighth win in this victory.
Kendrick Carmouche, you heard him get emotional as well, but this horse is seemingly just completely turned the corner now as a 4-year-old. We saw it in the Fort Marcy, backs it up here with this effort, and I guess, yes, some question in terms of maybe a tweener in terms of distance.
Yeah,
where do you think he may wind up?
I think he'll probably go to the 4-star Dave and Farbridge on to Sword Dancer. So probably cutting back in distance a little bit, but I think this showed, yes, he's been able to handle the mile and an eighth on the turf in his last couple, but oh, it got a little tight there at the wire with a big run from Integration. But Kendrick really suits this horse so well. And Kendrick came by in the barn the next morning and treated all the staff to breakfast for the next couple of days, which was awesome. And really great to see him. And I know, he's been through a year as well. And he's just done a terrific job handling Deterministic.
I thought just off the Fort Marcy, this was the most exciting turf horse, kind of up-and-coming horse in the game. As you look at Miguel, first Grade 1 win, and to happen at Saratoga in one of the most prestigious turf events there is in the game.
Yeah.
What a moment. But now you add a Grade 1 onto the resume of this horse. And the options ahead. You talk about the 4-star Dave, and then maybe you potentially, I guess, breeders come out down the line if everything goes well. But sky seems like the limit for him.
Yeah, very, very exciting. He's a horse that really he's been so genuine throughout, which is one of the really cool things about him. He trains really well. He's such a pleasure to be around. He's a really sweet horse as well. Actually, Lee Vickers, who rides Deterministic in the morning, his young daughters come by and just go in the stall and pet him and love on him, which is really cool to see.
Well, we heard Maggie talking to Kendrick after this victory. You were up close and personal seeing this transpire firsthand. What'd you make of that performance?
And as Acacia said, it was honestly clever entering by Miguel to have 3 horses in there in 3 different running styles. And when they changed the course and the distance, it really suited Deterministic down to a T. And it was nice to see Kendrick get that Grade 1 up there at Saratoga. And it felt like, honestly, he's already won a Grade 1 without charismatic. We often see Kendrick, but often not riding the top tier horses. But I think that day has come, and Deterministic is a horse that, as Acacia said, just honest. Every spot he's ever been put in, he tries to show up, and I think now he's a really happy horse in that he's getting to do what he wants to do. But Acacia, you kind of just broke my heart telling me that he's pointing to the 4-star Dave as it'll be a showdown between the husbands, it seems as though, as a Donegal momentum heading there as well.
Uh-oh, here we go.
The Woodbine Mile is also
rivalries.
an option.
Huge performance with 4-star Dave, one of the great races. We looked so many big races at Saratoga all summer long, but that's one of the big ones, certainly on the grass, that we always kind of key in on and look forward to. I'd love to see them both show up.
Yeah, they're 2 very talented horses, and obviously it was a big weekend for the Morley barn as well, winning the poker. But look, I mean, 2 good horses, and we'll see what happens.
Take a look at the Grade 1 winners from the weekend. Obviously, John Velasquez, one of the very big stories with his 9 victories that week. Raging Torrent, sensational in the Met Mile.
He was impressive.
106 Spire speed figure, beating Fierceness, and ignored in the wagering.
Yeah.
Is really the lone speed in the race.
Yeah, he was.
Who impressed you the most of this group?
Probably Raging Torrent. Just from the moment he walked into the paddock, throughout the race, he just impressed me. He was prancing out on the track beforehand. He framed himself up so nicely, and I thought that Frankie Dettori did such a great job with him and using his speed, and he fought. He was really impressive.
What a moment to get a Grade 1 on that stage for that man right there. He's got a chance to deliver on a 1-5 favorite. Coming up in this race, where I honestly thought if it's been as low as 1-9, 1-5 may be value here. We'll see. This horse looks like just such a massive standout. Going to be, if anyone else wins this race, we probably already have a carryover in the pick six.
Probably so. I mean, you'd have to think when Linda Rice saw the overnight, she felt pretty good about this entry coming into today.
So post-parade coming up. Kendrick on Rock Harbor, coming off a maiden claiming win, claimed off of Ken McPeak, now with Linda Rice. We'll see that one in a moment. Rodeo Star from the rail.
Well, this is one that I do think is dropping down to the proper level. Ran well for 15,000 2 starts back. Disappointed against Tougher last time.
Katie Davis on That's the Fact, Jack.
A horse that's often kind of right there knocking on the door. Has certainly run some decent races recently.
Rudy Rodriguez Barnes sending out Accelerina.
And does have some forward position. One that was third at a big price last time out.
Yayi Nicole, Manny Franco for Ilka Cantermachi.
Second, but a distant second in the most recent effort. A horse that will be kind of chasing and coming from off of it.
Te Amo, who is 0 for 7 on the dirt in the money.
Yeah, he's a horse that's hard. She is a horse, excuse me, that's hard to make on paper. To be fair, she is coming out of a New Jersey bred stakes try.
And it is the first try against winners for this huge favorite, but at least those 2 big races relative to the rest of this field, they came at 2 different racetracks as well.
Agreed, and it's not just one race. He really has 2 that would make him her very much the winner in here. Ever since they've been able to use her speed, and I think dropping into the proper level, you saw just a real turnaround with being able to be forward. I think Kendrick Carmouche perfectly suits a horse like this as well.
So 4 minutes to post in a race where everyone is going with this one right here. 1-4 favorite, Rock Harbor. Let's go to Maggie.
Oh my God. Rudy Rodriguez. See this guy right here? He just left and right. He just asked me to get if I could move out of his shot. Rudy, smile, wave. The real star of the show for sure. That is a true statement. But Rudy Rodriguez behind me, not going to talk about his horses, going to talk about the favorite, and that is Rock Harbor in here for Linda Rice, and she looks excellent. Boy, she's a really nice mover. She really covers a lot of ground, and you could see that on the replay too when she broke her maiden for the 30 at Keeneland last time out as a heavy favorite. But I think much the same this time around, though we'll have to cut back in distance to this 1-turn mile. And that is something she hasn't done since she debuted way back when last year, over a year ago, going the 6.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs. Now, here's a little food for thought, though. And a friend in Kentucky who is also a trainer, we were talking about claiming horses, and he said to me, I'll never claim off Kenny McPeak. A, because he did work for him at one point, but 2, he said he is literally one of the toughest people to claim off of. And the stats are there to back it up. As claimed from Kenny McPeak in the last 5 years, 16 for 155 and a 94-cent ROI. She lays over this field, I get it, but I just thought I'd throw that stat out there. As we'll check in with the rail runner, number 1, Rodeo Star. She looks good overall physically. I hope that Luis Rivera can keep her, as it is a shorter field, keep her a little closer to the pace. I think she can be more effective when she is sitting closer to those early leaders. Now, she's going to have to run a race she never has to beat the favorite, but I just think she could run better second off the claim here for these new connections if she's able to pull that kind of trip back, dropping back down in class today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So 1-4 favorite to kick things off in here. You know, looking towards the rest of this card, it doesn't look like there's going to be I don't think a massive favorite anywhere in here, does it? Certainly nowhere near the level of this, but the rest of the way, it seems tough to even find a single.
I completely agree. I do think that this will be the race where most people kind of zero in. You do have the entry in race 6. It will probably take quite a bit of attention, but I think you can make a case for several others in there. I agree. I totally agree. And that one is 2-1 on the morning line as well. So I don't think we're going to see such a big favorite like you have in this race. Like I said, I think it's by virtue of the fact that, yeah, she looks good on paper with the new claim, with the 2 good last races, but also sometimes it really is just by virtue of who you're running against. And she meets a field where you have several horses that have kind of been at or around this level without being able to seal the deal. Usually with these types of races, Greg, I try to look through and see, is there anybody doing anything different? Is there a drop in class? Is there a change in distance? And there's several that have already shown and been exposed at this level in this race. So she's kind of the fresh face.
And it's just no one can hold water to her in terms of the figures they've been running, and we kind of know who they are at this point. They are one-time winners who have become basically proven losers at this time. They're just not in the same ballpark. Here's Rock Harbor, maiden win last time out of Kay McKeenlan at 1 mile and a 16th. And the Beyer figures I know very different, but Thorograph figures, she ran the same figure each of the last 2 starts.
Oh, that's interesting too. And like you said, I think it's encouraging that she ran 2 good races at 2 different tracks, and it was when she dropped in class and when they were able to use her speed. So I would imagine Kendra Carmouche is going to be aggressive with her early on. There doesn't seem to be anybody that's going to be able to keep up with her as far as getting the pace. I do think that Maggie brings up an interesting point about claiming off of Kenny McPeak, and yet we have seen Linda claim off of several outfits that it does seem like it's tough to claim off of, and she's had success. The betting public really zeroing in on this one, and we'll see if that 1 to 4 is warranted.
40,000 in the pick 6 pool. Jumping to, I talked about it briefly with Andy, so I'll get your thoughts on it as well. Race 7's our feature today. How'd you feel about Mommy's Turn the 5 for Chad Brown?
Well, this is a horse that was very impressive last time out with not the easiest trip either, especially at the start. So I definitely think that you have to give her a lot of credit as a result of that. And she was coming off of a layoff, and it was her first time on the turf. But I'm a bit intrigued about what we're going to see. I always have such a hard time giving up on Grace and Grit. I feel like there's more in there. I've always felt like there had to be. She's second off the layoff in here as well. I always felt like she was a bit more of a turf horse. She did not have an easy time of it in that Miss Grillo. She was kind of one of the ones taken out in there, and then they tried using her speed against Open Company. Maybe this will be the opportunity for her to get back on track. But I thought it was an interesting race. It certainly does zero around Mommy's Turn. For me, she would not be a single, though.
Slow race, but if you look at that entire race.
Yeah.
So much going on in there. Stumbled out of the start, rank throughout, and then just a huge move into and around the turn. And then when she finally gets clear open space, yeah, it was very impressive. We'll see, though. But, yeah, certainly no lock at all. But the one to beat probably in that race. The massive standout on this entire card, it is the 6 here, Rock Harbor, coming off that maiden claiming win for Ken McPeak at Keeneland, claimed now with Linda Rice, and has just run so much faster, particularly the last 2 starts, than what anyone else in this field has been able to accomplish. And that's why you see 1 to 4 on this 4-year-old filly by Exaggerator to the outside. Kendra Carmouche aboard. We get set for the pick 6. Let's go upstairs, Chris Griffin, to get us started.
Goes in. 2 to the outside, Te Amo. And Rock Harbor. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Accelerina broke with early speed in between horses towards the far outside as Rock Harbor is going to be in the early mix too. Is well out in the far outside. Little keen there is Rock Harbor, the favorite, just now a nose in front. It's a lineup of 3 towards the inside. Here's That's the Fact Jack, and those pink blinkers wants to move on through his split rivals as they come out of the chute. Accelerina's holding that position 3 wide at the rail. Rodeo Star moves on through. Just behind them is Yai Nicole, as the favorite is still up on the far outside the middle of the racetrack, and also way out there is Te Amo, who's the lone trailer. So 4 of them across the racetrack here in the early stages, 23 and 1 for that opening quarter mile. The leader towards the inside, it's Rodeo Star, who's a neck in front. Right to the outside is Rock Harbor, and Rock Harbor is a half length back in second, 45 and 4 for the half mile time. Here's encouraged to move forward is Accelerina. It's not cutting the margin yet. Yai Nicole is now scrubbed along here as a challenging 4th. It's to the outside of That's the Fact Jack, and far back Te Amo. The front 2 are head and head. It's Rodeo Star towards the inside. Rock Harbor with every chance to run on by, and here comes a 1 to 5 favorite ready to challenge Rodeo Star, who's still a nose in front. Rock Harbor has now lost some ground as Rodeo Star tries to pull off an upset here. Rock Harbor is still 3/4 of length, now a full length back in second. Accelerina starts to gather momentum. Rock Harbor, the 1 to 5 favorite, is in trouble. It's Rodeo Star to the inside, now has a new danger to the outside, and Accelerina. Rodeo Star, Accelerina. Rodeo Star wins it over Accelerina, then Rock Harbor finishing 3rd. and Yai Nicole at 1 minute 37.35 seconds.
An upset that is going to play a lot larger than 7-1 here in multi-race wagers, certainly in the pick six. Rodeo Star, and you could see early stretch, Rock Harbor was coming up a little bit empty.
Absolutely, but it was an odd early part of the race. Rock Harbor broke on top, and I'm very surprised that she didn't just clear and go on with it and use her speed, because she was kind of taken hold of, kept wide outside. She got a little bit keen as a result. And then Luis Rivera Jr. was able to get the inside forward position with Rodeo Star, and that proved to be the right move. And she was the one that was going best late. And in fact, Rock Harbor had to settle for third as your 1-5 favorite.
1-3, 6-4, 7-1 over 16-1, and a lot of pick six tickets ripped up with this result.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, to be fair, I thought on paper this was the other horse in here, dropping back down to a logical level. But, you know, certainly it looked like Rock Harbor was going to be the one that would be a single for a lot of people, and not even able to finish in the top two. Excelerina running on to be second.
Huge upset with a 1-5 favorite, Maggie, defeated to start this pick six.
And you got to give Luis Rivera a lot of credit for this ride here, because he did what I thought Rodeo Star wanted to be done with, and that's kept close to the pace. Now, it was odd. I'm not exactly sure why Kendrick didn't just go on with it. They were going decent fractions for this level, but she just seemed very hard to manage, Rock Harbor, as Acacia was saying, throwing her head, so not really wanting to run true and straight and really level herself off. And Luis Rivera and Rodeo Star were really able to take advantage of that. So a job well done in what is now an upset. Seemed like a free square, but there's no such thing as that in horse racing, Greg.
No, there's not. Painful lesson to learn yet again that we keep learning time and time again. 1-5 favorite defeated. Rodeo Star with that victory here at 7-1. So with these prices coming up in just a moment, we'll get into the late pick five with most of us need to play now with that pick six over and out. Let's go to Horseshoe Indie and check in with this opener coming up here just momentarily. Going to kick off the card with this state bred 7,500 claiming race, 5.5 furlong sprint. We, of course, are going to check in now with Rachel McLaughlin. We have to start with the Pacers in the NBA Finals, Rachel. Tyrese Halliburton, 22, 9, and 11. And that good news for Pacers fans, history of every series that has started off one game apiece. Winner of Game 3 has gone on to win that series just over 80% of the time. What's the mood out there in Indy?
Well, my mood was, are you sure you want to put me on with all these New York guys after I just beat the Knicks with a Pacers shirt? So I was a little scared. But the vibes last night were immaculate. Everyone was high-fiving each other downtown. I'm friends with one of our Fox Sports local analysts, JJ, for the Pacers, and he said it was just everyone, the camaraderie, it was amazing, and downtown was electric after the game. I can't believe this is going to be, if we can pull this off, we're 2 games away from our first NBA title, so very exciting.
Let's get into this card. We got this first race coming up here momentarily. Even money favorite with this 4 Castle Magic. See any threat to this horse in the opener?
Yeah, you know, I went with the 4 on top. If there is a threat, I do like the outside, the 8, closer to the truth. With this horse, you know, with a barn change, it's always interesting to keep in mind that when a trainer gets a horse for the first time, it's a learning experience. Second time with the trainer for me is key, and that's the case with the 8. Also, the early speed that this one flashed last time was really nice. Got to give it to him there. And I'm telling you guys, on dirt here in Indiana, it's been early speed. That has been holding. And, you know, Castle Magic has that too. So it'll be interesting to see who sins in this race. But I went 4-8-5 here.
All right, good info, though, on how that track's been playing. We're not going to allow you to wear that Pacers shirt the whole show, are we? You're going to have to change?
No, I'm taking it off right after this.
Congrats on Game 3. Well done. And we'll continue to talk to you throughout the afternoon. This first race, what do you think, Keisha, of this 4?
Yeah, it does seem like a horse that's in very good form right now, having won the last couple of races. Well, was disqualified 2 starts back, but altogether is in good form and has tactical speed. But I agree with Rachel. I thought that the speed that the 8 Closer to the Truth that she showed last time out, she was just caught by Castle Magic late, and second time for this barn, second time off of at this level, I should say, and thought that she could potentially, especially with the scratch of the outside horse, Perfect Smoky Eye, use that speed to her advantage and turn the tables.
Yeah, and when she got caught too, that was 6 furlongs. Only has to last 5.5. She was on.
Yep.
Do you see anything to that?
Well, certainly it can't hurt, especially for horses. It's a lower level race, and they have to be able to sustain that. And sometimes you wonder, horses at lower claiming levels, do they want to pass horses late? Are they going to be able to dig in and sustain when going a little bit of a distance of ground? So yeah, less of a stretch that she will need to hold on. It's a good point.
There she is. 4-time winner, 7 of her 17 starts. The 8 Closer to the Truth, been first or second, but according to the board, this is the one you got to get by. Castle Magic coming off back-to-back, crossing the wire first anyway. Got DQ'd 2 starts back. 6-5 on the board. She's been pretty consistent too.
She has. And then you have the 5, All About the Image, who was third behind those 2 last time out. One that lately has had trouble getting out of the gate, though, and I think that seems to be her Achilles heel.
5-2, All About the Image. Third off the bench at least. See if she can improve. With that move, there's Chelsea's Strength, who looks to be a pretty big outsider at 16-1. And then we didn't talk much about Jay's Naughty Kitten. Any look to the 6?
She's a bit intriguing. She hasn't run this low before, and she's a bit of a price at 6-1. She was 20-1 on the morning line. She did show a little bit of speed last time out, or I should say 2 starts back. She was running against much tougher most recently. The problem is that she's not the most consistent type. She's thrown in some real clunkers even against some lower claiming types, but she's never run this low before.
Well, if what Rachel tells us is true, speed is the way to go. To make the 8 that much more dangerous?
I like hearing that. I think that's really good information, and knowing what she knows about the track and following it closely. And you have a horse like 8 Closer to the Truth, like I said, especially with the scratch of the 9 in here, who looked like was going to be the main controlling speed. Even the 1 had some speed, and that horse is out. So it should leave Closer to the Truth as the main pace setter in here, and we'll see if she can sustain that for the 5.5 furlongs.
More importantly, did the Thunder respond in Game 4?
I hope so. I know. Sorry, Rachel. I'm rooting for OKC. Of course, rooting for our close friend and owner, Everett Dobson, who's co-owner of OKC. And got to get the Thunder back on track.
Supposed to be
2-1 so
was
far.
supposed to be a walk in the park for the Thunder. A lot
when
more
they lost
difficult.
at home, I got a little nervous. Yeah.
I think they led that entire game until the final
very
0.3 seconds of the game.
Yep.
Yeah, tough way to lose the opener, but we got a long way to go in this series. Here we go, opener, Horseshoe Indie. John Dooley with the call.
Joins Chelsea Strength. Ronnie Prescott with All About the Image. Castle Magic 3-2, the first favorite. Loading for this Distaff Sprint opener. Just a couple in the back. Jay's Naughty Kitten. Joseph Romero claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance. At 5.5 furlongs, 1 more. Samuel Bermudez with Closer to the Truth. Fast and firm for today's 9-race card. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Owen running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Jay's Naughty Kitten caught a flyer. Jay's Naughty Kitten going straight to the front for Joseph Romero. Closer to the Truth with early interest, and All About the Image is tight third with the rail, right off the leader's heels. Jay's Naughty Kitten to the half-mile pole. Castle Magic is running in 4th, and Chelsea Strength trails here in the Thursday opener. Jay's Naughty Kitten, Closer to the Truth. All About the Image is keen. All About the Image taken back now to settle by Rodney Prescott. And Castle Magic is coming with a bid as they round the far turn. And last of the quintet still Chelsea Strength. The quarter 23.21 seconds. These leaders at the quarter pole. And it's Closer to the Truth for Sammer Bermudez, who's taken the top. Castle Magic sweeping. Jay's Naughty Kitten toward the inside in the red blinkers. All About the Image is moving up between horses. Chelsea Strength is last. Top of the stretch. Closer to the Truth as nosed in front. Jay's Naughty Kitten tries to rally on. 1 furlong to go. All About the Image was switched out. Castle Magic is in fourth at that 1 pace. Chelsea Strength is last. It's Closer to the Truth. On the outside, All About the Image. All About the Image and Closer to the Truth. Photo finish. Jay's Naughty Kitten back in third. Castle Magic was next. Photo to start the card.
Closer to the Truth, the 8. Did that one hang on, or did All About the Image, the 5, nail her at the wire?
It got tight there at the end, not necessarily alone on the front end. The 8 Closer to the Truth, the 6 Jay's Naughty Kitten was right up there as well, and then late running was the number 5 All About the Image, who looks like she might have gotten the best of the bob. But it got tight there. You could see that the 8 Closer to the Truth, she almost kind of had her head turned a little bit. I don't know if she was trying to get out of it in the stretch and maybe a little bit tougher for her rider to steer, but
definitely the best of the bob.
Definitely the best of the bob. Yep.
But yeah, where is that camera? 3-2 if it is the 5, 7-5 it is the 8.
Wow, the 5 went off 3-2.
Yeah, late
Wow.
money. Nothing posted yet.
5 got
Certainly
it.
looks like, yep, and now it has been posted. All About the Image. The 5 just up for the win. 5-8-6-4 is, this one goes off again, yeah, late at 3-2. I think it was third choice a minute or two to post.
She took a ton of late money. She was third behind those 2 foes last time out. Disappointing effort from the 4 Castle Magic.
So it's All About the Image. Photo finish in the opener. What a way to start the card at Horseshoe Indie. We'll be back. Prices next. Get into the late pick 5 at Belmont at the Big A when we come back in our FS2 coverage. Stay with us.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancellor McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Going to get into the late pick 5 here in New York in a moment. As you take a look at the winner's circle. And the upset from the race that kicked off the pick 6, rodeo star Luis Rivera Jr.
Luis Rivera Jr. did a really good job getting this horse forward and getting that inside position when the favorite, the number 6 Rock Harbor, was taken a hold of and did not look comfortable running early on, and then she was empty late as a result. Even the number 3 Accelerina swishing her tail in reaction to that crop there. She ran on to be second, but a good ride and a good performance from Rodeo Star, dropping back down.
Sometimes it looks too good to be true, and it is. 1-5 favorite defeated. Can't even manage second here. 1-3-6 finish. Huge upset to start the pick 6. Obviously early pick 5 and the early pick 4 as well. We'll get into the late pick 5 in a moment. Back at Horseshoe Indie, photo finish in the opener, and it goes to this 5-year-old mare. All about the image. Rodney Prescott for Shannon McGovern.
Yeah, this is a horse that took a ton of late money and was able to run down the number 8 Closer to the Truth on a tight photo finish. All about the image, able to turn the tables.
$5 for the win. 5-8-6. Took a photo to separate the top 2 in the opening race on the card. Back to Belmont at the Big A. Late pick 5 begins with a 2-turn mile and an 1/8 $17,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 3 lifetime. And Eric from Miami, there is the favorite in here, 7-5 for Dutro Barn in need of a win. 0 for 18 at the meet to this point. Rat Ortiz Jr. rides. We'll be back.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Jockey to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the chosen front. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Jockey is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you and back with us this weekend, Saturday. Big weekend coming up in Monmouth at the Jersey Shore. Naira Bets Pegasus. Prep for the Haskell. And the Monmouth, Salvatore Mile, Eatontown, and Lady Secret.
Father's Day weekend. Of course, Father's Day on Sunday. Love to take dads to the track. I imagine Monmouth going to be packed this weekend.
Always a huge day.
Yeah.
Yeah, at Monmouth, going to be a tremendous crowd on hand. And just looking at that Pegasus, Garamond scheduled to line up for Chad Brown, coming off an impressive victory.
Beating Cornucopian that day.
Yeah. Bracket Buster, just a fair shake. See what happens in that race. 4 minutes away from this fourth. Here, Belmont at the Big A again to start this late pick 5. And a look at Eric from Miami, who I was surprised was this short a favorite.
Me too. I know that this is a horse that does make a bit of sense on paper and certainly has some fast figures, but I didn't think he necessarily stood far above the rest of the field.
Let's get Maggie's thoughts.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I feel as though maybe they're betting on connections, but then again, as Greg mentioned, we haven't gotten a win at the meet for the Rick Dutrow barn yet. So we'll see if Eric from Miami can break through and get the job done, as he'll stretch out to the 9 furlongs for the first time in his career. And he is built like a horse that wants this type of distance. He's big, he's got that rangy type of frame to him, a lot of leg, and he's striding out beautifully. You know, he's that big lumbering walk, which usually translates to when they're going faster too. So therefore it lends itself well to these 2-turn types of races. And he looks fit, he looks strong, so he's ticking all the boxes. Just again, what on form necessarily makes him that much of a standout? I'm gonna take a shot here with number 2, Provision. I feel like we've all had our turns saying it about Alola Shimingle, but she does an excellent job. And this is one time that I can say about Provision is that he just seems brighter today. Usually he's really quiet and he kind of mopes around the paddock. He had his head up, his ears forward, same thing on the racetrack. Looks great physically, as Lola's horses tend to. And he has early speed, which I like. And he's been proficient enough. I know he's winless out of 4 tries at the 9 furlongs, but he's run well enough to say to me that he can handle it, especially at this level. Then number 3, 6 Kings, whom I really do feel as though 2-turn 9 furlongs is right up his alley. This is what he wants to do. And it's what I've seen from him with all the different connections that have had him. He just does not carry his weight particularly well. Now, his last 2 figures make him, if anything, what should be the favorite. I just wish he carried more conditioning, especially across his hind end. But then again, horses that want to run this long, they look like marathon runners, right? People that are marathon runners, they're very lean types. Well, it also translates to horses too, oftentimes, but just not one I can necessarily endorse, well, based on my principles, Greg. So I'm going with number 2, Provision.
Who did, have a very good performance at 1 1/8, 2 starts back. Granted, with different type of surface that day. Good sealed track, late April at Aqueduct.
Yep, but was beaten that day by Prove Worthy, who would come back to win again in his next start with an 84 Beyer speed figure.
I just thought this race, 6 Kings and Provision both coming out of it. 6 Kings was so much better than Provision.
He was. He nearly got the win that day. 6 Kings just lost the bob, finishing second. I do like that Ricardo Santana's back aboard, and he rode him this day too. Look, I'm with Maggie, and this is a horse that does not carry his condition, but I thought that the way that he ran 2 starts back, that he would certainly be a player. And in the past, while he's only had the 1 try at the 9 furlongs, it was when he was running against Maiden Special Weight Company, and he did win at 1 1/16 as well. I think he can handle the distance. We'll see if he just finds himself in the right spot today.
And I even thought, as you get a look at him here, 5-2, the race in mid-March at Aqueduct, that race faster than almost what anyone's ever done in here, according to Thorograph anyway. It's got a few races to really go back to. And the last race on the turf, throw it out.
Agreed.
Not that it was that bad.
No, he actually didn't run terribly that day. No, agreed. And I can understand, given what a light frame he is, why trying the turf would be appealing. And there have been several connections that have toyed with that idea before, but clearly this is what he wants to do. We'll see if he can find the place. But it is wild to me just how much money Eric from Miami is taking. Do you think it's Irad?
Yeah, guess who's aboard, as you pointed out. Irad Ortiz Jr. And I think even with Dutrow being winless at the meet, it's still the name with some of the lesser names here in terms of just not having big barns. You do have Rudy Rodriguez in here, but aside from that, he's going to take attention. But to me, that race 3 back, that was sort of an outlier performance too, at least from the last 10 starts that Eric from Miami has run, and it was on a wet track.
Agreed. And going 7 furlongs. So
Golden Purchase, the 4. I thought that generous price here, 3-1. And we'll see if he can handle this 1 1/8. Everyone outside of the 5 has not won at this distance. As you see, did the 2 break through the gate or open the gate?
I think it looks like, yeah, the 2 popped open the front of the gate. Assistant starter just kind of covering his eye, keeping him distracted, did a really good job holding on to him there, making sure he didn't run anywhere.
Chris Griffin, here's the start of the Lake Big 5.
And they're off. Good speed from in between horses. 6 Kings is challenging for early supremacy, but here at the rail, that's Eric from Miami, and easily moves through towards the inside to challenge for the front end. It's going to be getting over to the rail, 6 Kings, and 6 Kings will control the tempo. Cornering a little wide was Golden Purchase, trying to straighten up. It looks like a very moderate tempo early. Just in behind them in third comes Eric from Miami, is now going to stalk the 2 pace setters. They work to the back stretch. Second to last is Provision and the Triller, Because the Night. 25 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. They're crawling up front. It's 6 Kings with a nose advantage and wants to go as Golden Purchase, was tugging at Ruben Silver as they work up the backstretch and wants to challenge. Eric from Miami, a perfect trip, is right in behind this battling duo. Irad Ortiz Jr. is just moving right along here with Eric from Miami, who's watching the action 3, 49 and 4, half-mile time. Provision is trying to stay close to the early group, is now the trailer being passed to the inside by a ground saving Because the Night. They're tightly bunched as they work into the far turn. And now Golden Purchase is trying to assert. Not going away, though, as 6 Kings. Here's Eric from Miami. Eric from Miami has moved to the 3 path, is in the clear and chasing. Provision is all in following that move. Because the Night is right in behind them. Green Silks. Jose Lescano is going to take the inside route. Nowhere to go yet as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Top of the stretch. All in his Golden Purchase in between horses with a nose in front. Eric from Miami has traveled well throughout, and Eric from Miami is now called upon for the effort. Golden Purchase won't go away quietly, still battles on towards the inside the final furlong. Because the Night has taken third. Eric from Miami is now a neck, now a half length, now a full length in front. Eric from Miami gets the victory. Golden Purchase was second, then Because the Night, then 6 Kings in 1 minute 50 and 4.
David Aragona nailed it. 7-5. Morning line goes off that price, and Eric from Miami gets the win. 3rd win, 20 career starts.
And he got a beautiful trip in here. I thought Ricardo Santana did the right move by sending 6 Kings, but he was pressed early by a relatively keen Golden Purchase. And while the pace wasn't that fast early on, to go the 2 turns, Eric from Miami and Irad Ortiz just set up shop right behind those 2 pace setters, tipped out on the turn. Beautiful trip, and he was traveling best late.
Yeah, got very good position sitting behind 2 horses battling up front, and then Irad Ortiz Jr. pounces.
He has a tendency to do that, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. 2 wins now in the last 4 starts. Wins is a slight. 6 Kings actually took a lot of money in here.
Yeah.
This one's 7-5. That one went off at 8-5. 1-4-5-3. It's Eric from Miami, and good to see the Dutro barn get this first win of the meet. Uncharacteristically cold to this point. You knew that was going to change.
Absolutely, and it comes in waves. This is a tough game. You know, you think about it, horses go through conditions. They have to step up to the next level. There's always ups and downs in the sport of horse racing.
So a big upset, race 3. Form holds here to start off the 4th, and race that we thought was a little more wide open.
Go figure.
7-5 favorite with the victory. Irad Ortiz Jr. And there's Dutro, happy to get that W. And get off the schneid there a bit. Irad, a little quiet. He had 2 wins on Wednesday. Did not win again, I believe, till Sunday, right? When
Yeah,
he had a 3-win day?
but he had a big day Sunday.
He did.
Yeah.
With expectations too high for him.
That's right.
Eric from Miami with the win. Here in the 4th, the favorite to start the late pick 5. We'll be back with more on FS2 right after this.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a 1-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back on our Thursday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Can you name all those flowers?
I think those are the Lego flowers, aren't they?
The Lego flowers?
Yeah. I remember.
Really?
Yes, they are.
How did you know this?
Well, because somebody, Bailey in our production crew, told us last time that it was on that they were Lego flowers. So Bailey Gallison for the assist.
Well done, Bailey.
But they're really cool.
Yeah. Eric from Miami to kick off the late pick 5 as the favorite. Arad Ortiz Jr. for the Dutro Barn.
Yep, set a perfect trip, set up shop on the rail behind the 2 pace setters and was able to tip out late and certainly relish the distance in here, delivering as your favorite.
Yeah, again, they got that good tracking position early. And here's Arad tipping out and taking off. So Eric from Miami rested coming in. Last race, April 11th. And now picks up the 3rd win, 20 career starts. For a moment, it looked like Golden Purchase was going to put in a test here, but not to be.
I have to say, Golden Purchase ran quite well, given the fact that he was pressing the 3-6 Kings, who faded to 4th, while Golden Purchase was able to hold on for a game second.
145, $141 with the favorite here. Pick 3 with that big upset of that Linda Rice runner. It was what, 1-5?
Yeah.
To start off the pick 6, Rock Harbor. Move on to race 5, sprinting on the grass. This is on the outer turf here. Starter optional claiming race, and it is Master Freud from the rail, the 2, who opens up 5-2 favorite.
And I think that this horse is very dangerous, cutting back in distance. Got a bit keen on the front end last time out and should appreciate sprinting again.
Back to, in a moment here, Horseshoe Indie. We'll get Rachel's thoughts in a moment. Going to be on the grass. Mile on the turf. Rail is out 12 feet today. In Shelbyville, and a condition claiming race here, in for a tag of $12,500 in this race for 3-year-olds and up, and a pretty wide open betting board too. Favorites the 4 at 3-1. We start with War Department calling.
This is a horse who had a win on synthetic at Turfway earlier on in his career.
Yeah, turf debut coming up. Thundering Heart, turf debut as well.
Turf debut by Heart to Heart. It was a really, really cool horse. I loved him.
C'est magnifique.
Horse that has plenty of turf form, though not much good turf form lately, is dropping.
Here's the favorite, 1 for 13 on the lawn.
Dropping class after a decent effort last time out, taking off a bit of a freshening.
Son of Mohayman, 'tis a showdown.
1 on the grass last time out for maiden 12-5, facing winners today.
Yeah, 63 buyer in that one. Here's the 6, Gagliardi.
First time on the turf for the first time in quite a while. Does have speed.
Blinkers coming off, Battle of Britain.
Another one who has some early speed. Seems to be a bit of a runoff, so I wonder what those blinkers off can settle.
Pritchard, 8-1.
Drop in class did break his maiden on synthetic for 15, so this spot makes sense.
I'm guessing Peyton Pritchard. 13-1, here's Durbus.
Is a new gelding, has not shown much recently, though, on any surface.
Big Walt, turf debut.
First time on the turf, broke his maiden on a wet track here at Horseshoe Indie. We'll see if he can handle the grass.
Blinkers coming off Gucci Man, who I guess went by. Here's Son of a Gray at 40-1.
Well, I can understand the name there, and he's a gray as well.
Post time coming up. Second here, mile on the turf. Let's go to Rachel.
Hey guys, yeah, this race is very interesting. I was listening to you as we went through, and it was kind of hard to land on some off of recent form, but I think the class drop is the key here for some of them. And I'm gonna go ahead and coin myself as the girl who gets to talk to people, because working here and with the same group of trainers since I was 21 years old and an intern, it means I have everyone's phone number in my phone. So I went ahead and texted Tim Eggleston. I said, hey, tell me a little bit about the 10, Big Walt. And he said, you know, he is a big guy. He's a kind of a takes a little bit to get him focused, but he thinks he's ready today because he's been training really well in the mornings. He's got him in good form, but as we all know, here you can't really train on the grass. So, he hasn't recently been on there. He hasn't been on Indiana turf. It's the debut for him. So we'll see how he likes the grass, but we've been protecting it. We have a long meet on the grass. We run all the way until November, and last year we got close to running the grass all the way until then. So it's ready to go. It got some rain this weekend. It's dried out a couple days, so definitely firm and looking good. I hope Big Walt likes it because I put him in the mix here. But I do have Orby 1 on top on the drop for Johnny Ortiz.
Rachel, thank you. Yeah, 3-1. Public siding with this one as well. Obviously a very solid barn and faced significantly tougher last time out.
Yes, it certainly did. And does have some positional speed, which I think is certainly to his benefit. Broke his maiden for special weight company, though, at Belterra, but has kind of some dirtied up form. I think if you look through, this is a horse that's far better on turf than synthetic, and so does get to run on his preferred surface today and against some softer company.
3 taking a little bit of money, who has not been able to get out of the gate very well of late, and it's going to be pretty far back early.
I know, that's the concern. Back with previous connections, he had a couple times showed a little bit of positional speed, but lately just has been off so slowly and left himself with so much to do. I think he's just hard to trust.
Another one dropping, the 8 Pritchard. That was a 30 non-winners of 2. Race was 57-1 that day, 8-1 now.
Has some pretty sharp works coming into this as well. A horse that certainly showed an affinity for the grass. Ran okay last time out. I thought that the 10 Big Walt, the money that he's taking for the first time on the turf is interesting.
Yeah, used to be with Wesley Ward, second time at the barn of Tim Eggleston. 7-2 on Big Walt. The 10, John Dooley, the call. Here's his second Horseshoe Indie.
Thundering Heart loaded. Pritchard joins. Joe Ramos with C'est Magnifique. Danilo Grasales Rave with Orby 1 through 4. Here's Orby 1. Orby 1 3-1 favorite for the turf mile. Manny Esquivel with Durbas. Fernando Veracruz, 'tis a showdown going in. Mitchell Morrow, Big Walt in the blue. Alberto Burgos partners Gagliardi. Just a couple in the back. Javier Patron Barcenas with Gucci Man. Gucci Man drew 11. One more for the turf mile. Sando Sanjor with Son of a Gray. Given a 49-1 chance. Course here rated firm, rail at 12 feet. Son of a Gray. Big Walt fractious in the gate there. Big Walt. With Mitchell Morrow looking on, Big Walt has been backed out of the starting gate under a veterinarian review as Big Walt. Okay to reload and run. Mitchell Morrow back on Big Walt. 7-1 on reloading Big Walt, and up comes Son of a Gray. Orby 1, 2-1 favorite. Of course, firm rail at 12 feet. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Battle of Britain right into action. Nearest the inside, Thundering Heart. There's Gagliardi with early speed, and toward the inside, War Department calling aloud to settle. It's Gagliardi. And here comes an early bid by Son of a Gray at those long odds as they make their way out to the stretch after a sharp start. Battle of Britain in between horses. Gucci Man in the leading quartet. Then to the inside is Thundering Heart, who's running in fifth with 6 furlongs to run. On the outside, Gucci Man is now back in 5th position as they go to the back of the course. Orby 1 is saving ground with the rail at 12 feet. Then on the outside comes Durboss, who just covers Pritchard in between horses. War Department Calling is running in 10th. Big Walt is 11th. And Tis a Showdown trails the turf mile. 22.84 lean seconds as they make their way past the half-mile pole. It's Gagliardi. Gagliardi leans by 1/2 to 3/4 to Son of a Grain staying close. Battle of Britain looks to draw now from 3rd. Thundering Heart has been saving ground with on the outside Gucci Man running in 5th. As they enter the far turn, Durboss in 6th and behind horses. Orby 1's running in 7th. War Department Calling is 8th. Then comes Pritchard, Big Walt. Tis a Showdown and Say Magnifique is 12th. Half mile 46.81 seconds. Coming past the quarter pole. And here's Battle of Britain to the attack. Battle of Britain and Gagliardi. Battle joined by Durboss, who's sweeping with the white blinkers. And Orby 1 straightened away in 4th. Then Thundering Heart 3/4. 1 minute 11.30 seconds. It's Gagliardi 1 furlong away. Battle of Britain needs to lift. On the outside is Durboss with a long run, and Orby 1 over here on the stand side rail. Here's Orby 1 who's charging hard. It's Orby 1. Orby 1 getting up close to home. Orby 1. Orby 1 has won by a half length to Durboss with Gagliardi. Battle of Britain finished 4th, and Say Magnifique with Danilo Grasales Rave. Orby 1 along in the final strides.
Orby 1 dropping class for the John Ortiz barn from off the pace to get the win.
We talked about just how he faced much better horses and a horse that had shown to also be far more proficient on turf in the final strides, able to run down Gagliardi, who was using that speed to his advantage on the inside.
Orby 1 the win, now 2 for 19. Career record with a victory. We say goodbye to you. You don't get a break, though. Sorry, you have to report.
No, I'm going to sprint down to the paddock.
Okay, we'll see you on air in a moment. Then you're going to back take my spot in just a little bit. Andy Serling back on the desk when we return from this short time away. Stay with us. We'll take a look ahead a little bit later on in the program, too, to Haskell Preview Day coming up this weekend at the Jersey Shore. That's ahead when we come back on our FS2 coverage.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Monmouth Park's lucrative and star-studded Haskell Preview Day is Saturday, June 14th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 19th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, Horseshoe Indie, Belmont at the Big A. Getting set for the late pick 4 coming up. We're 8 minutes away from race 5 and back on the desk with me, Andy Serling, New York Racing Association handicapper. Good to see you. How'd you make use of that time?
You don't want to know.
I didn't think so.
But I think some people can guess.
This race coming up 2-1 still on Master Freud.
Yeah, I liked Master Freud in here. I'm not going to take 2-1 on this horse, and is heavily favored looking at the multi-race bets. So I don't really think this horse is going to go up from here. Our 5, though, the long shot, you and I both were interested in Awesome Empire, a generous price.
Yeah, 11-1, debuting on the grass. As we see Manhattan in the distance on a very warm Thursday afternoon. So there's the favorite, Master Freud, cut back in distance for Bob Caceres. Jose Lezcano will ride.
Yeah, this horse did not get the best of rides returning off the layup. A horse that's normally much more forward fell back too far. It was a quick pace, and the race was won wire to wire. Going to benefit from that race off the layup, and I think has plenty of races. Really going longer and shorter fast enough. A very logical horse picking up Jose Lezcano.
Some very impressive efforts sprinting on the turf here on this turf course as well. As we look at Ricardo Santana Jr., who will hop aboard My Life Story, another contender here for Mike Maker, the 1.
I'm not a big fan of this horse. I mean, I know his run figures are okay, but I thought the race 2 races back where he finished behind King Covey. King Covey ran better, the 3. Also a race that completely collapsed, and he's going to need an absolute pace meltdown. On the other hand, there is some speed signed on, but a little less with the scratch of the 1A Social Hour.
Yeah, does that give the 9 a boost here, who we know wants to go to the front?
I think so, and I think you might see Kendrick be aggressive. Now, this horse ran a huge figure breaking his maiden back in November, much faster than other races, but if he runs that race when he broke his maiden, he'll make 9-2 look like the overlay of the century.
Blinkers on this one, kick a buck, and yeah, spoken bluntly, off since late December. 4-year-old debut coming up. The last time we saw him on grass, gate to wire win. On this turf course.
Not sure why they sent the New York bred down to Gulfstream, but back to New York and back on the surface that he prefers.
Post 5 for the 1, My Life Story.
Doesn't have much speed. He'll need some pace in this race in all likelihood.
7-1 for the Maker barn. Rail to the 2, the current favorite.
Yeah, I like Master Freud. He should be forwardly placed with Jose. Should get him in the game much more, which will help his chances.
King Covey at 7-2.
He's got plenty of races that make him a contender. He's another deep closer, and he was helped by the collapse in his last race.
Turf debut for this one, Tappert's Temper.
Not really a pedigree that suggests you're going to see an improvement, and you'll need to for this horse to be effective.
But there is certainly pedigree with this one, debuting on the grass. Coming up, Awesome Empire.
Half to 4 turf winners out of 6 to try it. Turf move up. Classic Empire is a pioneer of the Nile, so while he's a young stallion, I think there's plenty of reason. I think this horse could be the sneaky one here.
Yeah, half to a grade 1 winner on the grass. The 6 Ready, Set, Twirl.
To be fair, ran a fast enough figure to be competitive last time out, but that was a softer spot, and Flavian Pratt's probably the best thing this one has going for him.
Unbroken Chain, trained by Melody Giddings.
Well, I love a horse named for a Grateful Dead song, and he does come out of a much tougher spot last time. Still, we'll see.
Cut back for Kick a Buck.
Yeah, I don't like the cutback. Linda Rice turning back from routes to sprints on turf, 4 for 35 with an 86-cent ROI over the last 5 years.
And likely the 1 to catch off the bench, spoken bluntly.
Yeah, we'll see if he's more aggressive and gets the lead from the 2. This horse could be dangerous at the front end. I know it's a layoff, but Bruce Levine can get him ready off the layoff. Frankly, as far as I'm concerned, Bruce Levine can do anything.
4 minutes to post. Here in race 5, sprinting 6 furlongs on the outer turf, and throughout it's been Master Freud favorite. Let's go back to King Covey, though, and the comeback effort off the bench. They went extremely fast early, and that certainly helped his closing.
Yeah, even on the turf, 21-2 and 43 is a fast pace, and it's a believable pace when you see how far in front the horse is in this race, and also that he just completely came to a dead stop at the 8th pole. Came back, no surprise, race collapse. So maybe it makes it a little better than it looks some of the closers, but to be fair, King Covey has very similar efforts going back forwards now. He's only got 1 win in 12 starts at the turf and 3 seconds and 4 thirds, but that may be more of a function of the difficulties in winning on the turf in turf sprints as a deep, deep closer, though he did hang a little on the money last time.
3-1 second choice right now. And heroic efforts from Acacia to get in place so quickly, especially considering our elevators are not working today. Well done, Acacia.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I had to get my cardio in going up and down as well, Greg. But we will take a look at your current favorite in the 2, Master Freud, who I think makes a great deal of sense cutting back in distance. Nothing about this horse says that he wants to go long. He is a turf sprinter, and that's what he gets to do in here today. And he's sharp, as Jose Lezcano took him away from the pony. Very exuberant warm up there. You can just see in his energy, just really seems to suit these conditions so much more, and got a bit keen on the front end last time out when going long. I think we're going to see him get into the race, and just again, conditions that I think are far better suited to what he wants to do. Right next to him, though, is the 3, King Covey, who, yes, ran on really well, finishing second behind Vinsanity, who they did try in the diaper following that race for what that's worth, but he just missed the pace setter that day coming from off of it. So closing sprinter, a horse that had a beautiful warm-up. He's just really has so much suspension in his stride, warming up so nicely out there, moving great. I think one that if there is some pace set up, and we'll see how it does play out between the 2 and the 9 and maybe who else might go forward, but he is one that typically does take himself pretty far out of the race no matter what. So he often leaves himself with quite a bit to do. I love what I see from him physically, just wondering what kind of setup he will get. Now the number 9, Spoken Bluntly, a horse that does like to be forward and gets back on the turf, which is also his preferred surface. He's a horse that always carries good weight and conditioning. He is a good doer and a big burly type. That's always how he's been. So I'm not that concerned with the way that he looks off the layoff because he's strong. He too warmed up nicely out there, touting himself, leaving the paddock. I do wonder if he might need a race off the bench just to bring everything together. But again, it's not uncommon for him to look like he's carrying all of that condition. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go on to the lawn as we get set for this late pick 4 coming up. Obviously a massive upset where we have an incredibly high chance with what happened in the first leg of this pick 6 that we already have a carryover going into tomorrow, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you know, we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, we saw the favorite win the last race. We see the favorite win here. It can be hit. But I'll tell you what, if you're alive in this pick 6, you're looking at a good payoff if you should hit it, because that horse definitely blew an enormous amount of the pool out, 90 or more percent.
Yeah. I mean, pick 3 in the last race with the favorite winning, I think $141.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I think the pick 5 is about 700 and change with the number 2 here. You know, we did see a 7-2 in the second race. Maybe that horse took a little bit more in the exactas, but so what are we looking at? About $250, about $70. A big value. I think it's probably a good 3 to 4 times the parlay, this pick 5.
That 9 with those white blinkers on, quick. And it's going to be especially quick coming in fresh off the bench, you would think as well. Here's a look at that maiden score, gate to wire, with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. He's back today.
Yeah, you know, it's a little hard to buy. The figure is so much higher in the races he ran, but it was a fast race, and I think any figure maker would have that race quick. And there were some gaps in there. Scherzando ran second, doesn't like to win, but he's run plenty of reasonable races on the turf. If he can run back to a number like that, and, you know, if he outruns the 2 early who's coming out of a route, he might find himself in front, and he could definitely win this race, and there's a reason he's second choice. I'd love to bet the 5, but I can't right now.
9, it's a pretty generous price, isn't it, on 9-2? Is that enticing?
Well, I'd rather bet that, or, I mean, I have the 3 and 9, third and fourth. I think they're similar. Yeah, I mean, he's off a layoff, and to be fair, it's the only race he's got that makes him the horse to beat in here. The other race is a little slower, so you kind of want to see it again. He's a bit of a one-number horse. I like the 2. I think 9 to 5 is too short a price for me to take. My idea here in playing this race would be to try to bet the little win in the 5 and use them in exactas with the 2, 3, and 9, mostly the 2, and try to get him at least second and bet a little to win on him as well. That would be my idea of playing this race with the long shot 5 that you picked on top, and I picked second.
Yeah, 13 to 1. That's Awesome Empire, the 5. Again, the dam unraced but produced Grade 1 winner on the Turf Dream. Dancing, stakes place on the grass, Sky Wow, and the second dam, of course, the brilliant Dirt Runner, of course, but multiple Grade 1 winner, including the Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, Beautiful Pleasure.
She was quite a horse for trainer John Ward and owner Jack Oxley.
Late pick 4 on this Thursday card. 6 furlongs on the grass. It's Master Freud, been favored throughout, has the rail of the 2 with Jose Lezcano. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
2 out. Awesome Empire. Spoken Bluntly. Kendrick Carmouche to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Towards the inside, that's going to be Master Freud, who was in the early mix, but now takes back. And up on the far outside, quickest will be Spoken Bluntly. Is joined to the inside here from Ready, Set, Twirl. They're far apart, but they're challenging for the early lead. On the front end and nose in front, it's Spoken Bluntly. Doesn't cross over, neck advantage with Ready, Set, Twirl. Just off of them is Unbroken Chain, who's a well-settled stalking 3rd. Patiently ridden at the rail by Santana Jr., that's My Life Story, who's now a shared 4th with to the outside King Kobe. 21-4, the opening quarter mile as they work into the far turn. Mid-pack, Master Freud, Jose Lezcano looking for a way out. Kick a Buck is to the outside of that rival. Also trying to keep up is Awesome Empire in the purple silks towards the back end of the field with Taprit's Temper, the trailer. They reach the top of the lane, and they haven't got Spoken Bluntly yet. 2 kicks for home. Spoken Bluntly tries to sprint away, is up by a length and a half. Here's King Kobe, is in full pursuit down the center of the course. Master Freud starts to make up some late ground, too. But Spoken Bluntly is still doing it nicely enough with the 16th left to go. Spoken Bluntly's almost there. Spoken Bluntly. Kendrick Carmouche, they get the victory. King Kobe's second, then came a photo. That was Master Freud. My Life Story. In 1 minute 7 seconds flat.
Warm day, that turf course, it's getting baked with sun, but that's pretty quick. Spoken Bluntly, off the bench, gate to wire again. That's what we've seen the last 2 times he's been on the grass.
It also should be noted that today is the first time the rails are at 0 on the outer turf course. Both races at 6 furlongs were won wire to wire, and I think it kind of held up the horses trying to make closes on the outside. Take nothing away, Bruce had this horse ready to go, and as we pointed out beforehand, if he clears the lead, he could be very dangerous. You got 9-2 on that proposition.
Kendrick Carmouche aboard for both those wins. 3rd choice on the board with a victory here, and doing it off the bench. Hadn't raced since late December. Nice way to come back now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, no, gets it done here. But I would definitely, if I were people, be paying attention to these races on the outer turf course, maybe even all week with the rails at 0, because I think there is an argument and that may be a big advantage to being inside.
Spoken Bluntly, Bruce Levine, Amity Racing Stables, and Kendrick, who had that huge Grade 1 win to close out Belmont at Saratoga on Deterministic in the Manhattan. What a great moment with the victory. We're going to recap an incredible week of action upstate that I mentioned closed with the Manhattan, rescheduled from Saturday when we come back. Stay with us.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. Kendrick Carmouche riding high right now, unspoken bluntly, bouncing back after a defeat on the shortest price favorite. We're going to see probably the rest of the meet here.
Yes, apparently, according to people on Twitter, that was Kendrick's fault. I'd like to know how it was Kendrick's fault, but maybe idiots on Twitter could explain that to me. Yeah, everything right here went to the lead, stayed towards the inside, which is where you want to be right now on this outer turf course, and just kept on rolling along on a course that's obviously gotten very firm, as it often does at this time of the year. The rain is only in Saratoga. Apparently, clouds sitting over Saratoga for the last 2 months. Was that crazy number? They hadn't had a Saturday without rain since November.
Amazing how wet it was Saturday morning.
And the track was
sloppy
fast.
track, and then fast main track by the time we got to even before we got to the Belmont Stakes. Yeah. But that was a tremendous win. Early pick 5, $2,647. Back-to-back wins on grass, gate to wire for Spoken Bluntly. As we move on to race 6, main track, 7 furlongs, $50,000 starter allowance, and a rematch with Street View and Roman Goddess coming up.
And I think we both feel that Street View is the horse to beat in this race, having run those better races on fast racetracks, not really running well on muddy sealed or wet sealed tracks at this point in his career, or her career. I was a little interested in, is it Melly Mel, you think, the four?
I thought it was Melly Mel, but
okay,
we'll get clarification.
That's quite a name. Anyway, I was interested in that horse for a barn that came alive in Saratoga, and a horse that's been training extremely well up in Saratoga.
To Shelbyville. 5.5 furlong. I've got to get your take on the NBA Finals. Shocking turn of events.
Okay, so he's still going to win.
There we go. Short and sweet from Andy Sterling.
Indiana's played very well. You can't knock them, but I got a feeling that's some aberrational results. And I think OKC will still win, but we'll see. It's a series now, that's for sure.
State Bred Company, first level allowance race at 5.5 furlong, 6 to 5 on high speed. Justice, let's go to Rachel.
Be still my heart. Did Andy Sterling just not completely drag my Pacers? I'm going to take that as a win on the day for sure. But definitely looking forward to the next game. Let's look, though, at this allowance. I did my thing, made a call to John Horan. I do like High Speed Justice here to win, though. Most recent speed form, put up a really good number in that last race in the Swifty Sired handicap on the slop, though. Getting a fast track, and as you can see, that debut was really nice. She won on the front end. I am going to go, though, to the 3 City Prayers for my exacta, and I called John Horan, and he said if she runs her race, she should be really tough here. She's a really classy and professional filly, but in his big John Horan voice, if you guys don't know, he's a big guy, he's Irish, and I can't do an Irish accent, or I do it for you guys, but he said, she'll be a force to be reckoned with, Rach, and then started laughing. So good to note as well that all of her in the money finishes have been at today's distance of 5.5. So that's definitely something to keep in mind, and early speed is definitely not a negative here, sprinting on the dirt in Indiana. So 5 and 3 for me, you guys, but now that John Horan's talked me into it, I like City Prayers a whole lot.
Rachel, thank you. Prices quickly there from the second. Orby won that win for trainer John Ortiz, $6.40. Even money. High Speed Justice here, the 5.
Well, I'm not sure how anybody is even money in here, but I guess because this horse has only run twice, that you're getting a short price. But the big figure last time was on a sloppy sealed track, which fortunately we're not dealing with today. And I think any one of the 1, the 3, and the 6 ran fast enough where they could be competitive in here. And 4 to 5 now, obviously this horse can win, but I think that's an awfully short price when you consider the fact that her bigger figure was on a wet track. Being lightly raced helps, but I think this is silly.
You know, the 1, Focaccia, lower level maiden claiming win, the big step forward next start. Is that a race you kind of want to see it again, or maybe just going in the right direction?
You do, but she's 6 to 1. You know, if she were 2 to 1 or less, I'd say, well, maybe, you know, it's an aberrant race, but it is her last race, and it was a big step forward. And I don't think she's supposed to be 5 to 1, and the 5 horse is supposed to be around even money. So to me, it's all about finding prices. Why is City Prayers the 3? A significantly less likely winner than the 5. Her races are all fast enough. I know she lost at a short price last time, but she seems to me to be one who's good enough to be contentious.
And again, when High Speed Justice beat her, it was a wet track. Different scenario today. We'll see if that matters. You got 6 Foxy Justice for the Aaron West barn on another one with sort of a breakout performance, just like Focaccia had, even though it wasn't a win for Focaccia. It was a win for Foxy Justice. 53 Buyer speed figure, significant jump up. Second start of her 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of different horses to take a look at here that make some sense. I'm not going to be so shocked if the 5 wins, but I don't think that she's supposed to be 6-5 in here.
John Dooley with the call. Here is the third from Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Andres Aloha, High Speed Justice drew 5. 6-5 favorite, High Speed Justice facing up to the gate. At 5.5 furlongs, Fast Track. Now, Sammy Bermudez with the last of the Justices. Foxy Justice in the Red Silks. Evan Roman with City Prayers. Just a moment away from a start at 5.5 furlongs, one more. Santo Sandro with Mi Caprasciuta. High Speed Justice, even money favorite. Mi Caprasciuta given an 18-1 chance. All in. And they're off. Foxy Justice sharp away, quickly headed by High Speed Justice. Mi Caprasciuta with early interest. Right there is Lamadora between horses. It's High Speed Justice with Andres Aloha. High Speed Justice out in front as Mi Caprasciuta is pressing harder. Foxy Justice in the Red Silks. Lamadora's running in 4th. City Prayers in 5th. On the outside, My Gal Justice a wide 6th. And Focaccia has dropped back to last as they roll to 3 furlongs from home. It's High Speed Justice tackled by Mi Caprasciuta. The quarter 22.43 seconds, and Foxy Justice now making 3-path progress as they come toward the quarter pole. City Prayers right there in range. Lamadora will straighten away in 5th. Focaccia up 1 spot, and My Gal Justice is wide and last. They come toward the top of the stretch, and here's Foxy Justice sweeping after High Speed Justice. A Justice battle down toward the final furlong. Foxy Justice and High Speed Justice the inner. They come down toward the final 16th, neck and neck. City Prayers is 3rd. Focaccia up into 4th. They're near home. High Speed Justice determined. Foxy Justice is in for the battle. A battle that's come down to a bob. Foxy Justice and High Speed Justice. Photo, City Prayers 3rd. Focaccia back and forth.
I thought Foxy Justice got there. Let's take one more look.
Felt like she wore her down and had more than the bob in the late stages here. And as we said, the 5 didn't make sense as an overwhelming favorite, though the 3 ended up being even money in here. So things kind of changed in the last stride. I don't think even the 5 was in front, even if she won the bob. I think it's pretty clear the 6 Foxy Justice at 9-2, a horse who, while coming off a maiden win, had run just as fast from a buyer speed figure standpoint as the 5 did last time, and faster than the 3 did last time. I want to know why Focaccia was last. Did she have trouble out of the gate? That's a bad angle, in case anybody wonders, at least based on, unless the angle we were looking at was bad. That's a little strange, because that one made it look like the 5 won.
Yeah, that is a tough way to look at it.
I don't know the angles there. Maybe it's a bad angle watching the pan shot. I don't know. If the 5 won this race, the pan's a bad angle. I'll say that. But I don't.
Cameras showing the 6. We think got it. We'll wait and see. Very little separating the 6 and 5. I was with you. I didn't think the 5 ever got a nose in front, at least
from the bobs.
Up
at
into
least
the wire.
I would say that. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll see. 6 got it.
6, 5, 3, 1, 9-2. Foxy Justice upset victory over 3-2 and an even money shot there in 2nd and 3rd. So Foxy Justice with that victory. And theme of the day, do not settle for short prices. What a week of action we had. It exceeded expectations. Round 2 of Belmont at Saratoga. And a look at all the Grade 1 winners from an incredible sort of preview of, obviously these are huge races in their own right, but what we're going to see to come, in the second half of the year, including that incredible performance in the Met Mile. Raging Torrent paid $18. I know you like that one as well. Outside of the Belmont Stakes, what was your favorite Grade 1 winning performance?
Well, I would say it was between this and Dynamic Pricing, probably because I bet money on both of them. But I think you have to talk about the Met Mile because outside the Belmont, it is really the biggest race we ran all weekend. And Raging Torrent, I think he's a horse that a lot of people maybe hadn't heard of, despite the fact that he won the Malibu. He's a horse that kind of emerged in the scene when he won right after the Derby last year with a huge figure. I think maybe over 110, and he's really shown that those kind of numbers are only really run by good horses, and he's very, very good. And right now he's sort of emerging as a horse near the top of the heap. Now I don't think he really wants to go that long. It'll be interesting to see. Probably cut back. I would assume he'll stay in California and run in as the Pat O'Brien maybe out there. And I was thinking about Copian, the very fast filly for Richard Mandela, who won at Churchill Downs in the Derby City Distaff. She may have a choice. Does she want to stay out there and maybe run against Raging Torrent against the boys? Or does she want to come east in the Ballerina and face a very, very impressive Ways and Means, who from a speed figure standpoint was the star of the weekend with a 111 buyer? It wasn't a grade 1. That's why I didn't talk about it.
Would love to see Ways and Means Copion go at it again. Raging Torrent, though, you're right. Sort of flying under the radar, and the price proves that.
How is he that price? How is he twice the price of Just a Touch?
Fierceness, we knew was going to take a ton of money.
But Just a Touch was half the price of him.
He was coming in with big numbers, too. But, yeah.
So was Raging Torrent.
Yeah.
I mean, and he was the clone speed.
Impressive, and can't wait to see what he does now the rest of the year and what he's going to do. But yeah, Horseshoe, probably a mile's the limit for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile is around 2 turns. Now we'll see how the pace shapes up because he's very fast early, but I am a fan. I think this is a very, very, I don't think he is. I know he's, Malibu Met Mile, that's quite a double to put together.
Yes, it is, and potentially more to do. It's exciting 4-year-old for Doug O'Neill. Frankie Dettori on board for each of his last 3 victories, by the way. We're going to take a timeout. Javier Castellanos, speaking of the summer to come, don't hand the Travers to Sovereignty just yet. This is Mr. Travers himself. He's got 7 of them and counting. We'll be back.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. 8 minutes away, race 6. You walked through there, right?
I've never been in the Oculus. I've been outside of it, and I've been to both places, but I haven't. I don't want to interrupt the conversation that's taking place behind the cameras. I think it's an important conversation.
They're riveted with our show, obviously.
They are, clearly not missing a word.
Talking about everything we are saying right after we say it. Race 6, 7 furlongs, main track. There is a look at looks first. This again, the rematch with Roman Goddess, the 1, Street View, the 2. But wow, Despo's Dream, 9-5 favorite.
I'm getting a sense that that's a little Flavian Pratt money. What do you think?
Horse that has shown some ability, but
did get a good figure last time. To be fair,
low on the trustable scale.
I picked third, but yeah, I'm not taking that horse at a short price. Isn't the 2's got to be favored in multis, right?
Well, the 1 was morning line favorite, and you're getting the 1A as well, Catchphrase.
Oh, you know how I feel about an entry. The 1 is I think it looks like the 1 will be a slight favorite over the 2, with the 6 the third choice.
Here is the 1. Roman Goddess gets post 2, Street View. Easily beat this horse 2 back.
I agree. I prefer others. I did not like this entry.
But then bounce back with a win off that performance. Here's the other half of the entry, Catchphrase, Speed.
I thought she was more dangerous as the controlling Speed, though she's a little bit hard to trust, especially at 7 furlongs.
Street View, back-to-back very good efforts and then struggled in the mud.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the mud could have been her excuse last time out.
Yeah, it has been in all 4 of her tries on off tracks. Looks first, 17-1.
Yeah, it's a big price. She did run a good figure in the slop last time.
Melly Mel, trained by Melanie Giddings.
Who was on fire up in Saratoga with runners that just were better prices. And this horse has been working incredibly well. I think is interesting.
Florida Flower, double-digit odds, Gary Contessa.
Yeah, this horse is just too slow, I think, to be competitive.
This is hard to believe. Despo's Dream at this shorter price.
Is actually favored in doubles, believe it or not, just slightly over the 2 and 3, the 2 being a slight favorite. Now, pick 3s usually fall into line, but I got to think this is Flavian Pratt money. Not that she can't win, but I feel like they moved up on muddy sealed track last time out for the big figure. It was off the claim for Fernando Abreu, but I want to see it again.
Let's go down to Acacia.
I do agree with that. I think that it's one of those cases where you'd like to see her repeat that effort. Now, that being said, Despo's Dream looks fantastic coming in here. She was a horse that I remember with previous connections used to wear an extension blinker, just shortcut French blinkers on and a ring bit, and seems like she's handled it pretty well and just checks every box as far as the physical perspective and the way that she's turned out coming into here. Now, that being said, we'll see if she can repeat that last out effort. The number 2, Street View, I don't mind her at 7 furlongs. I know that she's cutting back in here a little bit, but a horse that I do think is one that's built a bit more downhill and will appreciate the little bit of the cutback, and she is getting an exuberant warm-up out there on the track, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. We do need to alert everybody watching right now. Unfortunate situation happening. Naira Betts, as you are probably aware, if you're trying to play this race or have been, currently experiencing login issues. We will have more updates as soon as we have them. I was already logged in. I'm able to use mine. So I believe if you're logged in, you're okay. But if you're just trying to log in.
You mean like me?
Issues like Andy, having to get in and
going
play
on for at least an hour. I know it's affecting some other websites as well, but obviously we are hoping to get it back on. I'm certainly hoping it gets back on, as I wanted to bet this race, and I can't.
All right, so hopefully that gets resolved sooner than later. We will keep you posted. As favoritism now moves to Street View, although it's still close. But Street View from the inside for a barn that sort of just burst on the scene. Stephen Shower.
Yeah, I believe that he had been involved in the ownership group, the players group, and he started training his own and won a lot of races. And you look at the race off the claim, where it ran second, but ran an 83 buyer. Now, I want to see that again, but she's also got figures in the 70s that make her the horse to beat. I believe, like you, she's the horse to beat. But I am very interested in the 4, who I wish I could bet on.
Meanwhile, this half of the entry, the 1A, this is Catchphrase. This is the half that's going to be in front. Catchphrase wants to roll on the front end. Both victories have been pretty much gate to wire.
And against extremely soft field. She paid $350 and $310 in those 2 wins. And she's been a little camera shy in those races. Now, sometimes 7 furlongs, like her win 2 back, is better for horses in front. They get a slower pace, but she seems one that kind of runs off. I don't love the idea of a horse that was claimed from Amelia Green. Her horses have been running so incredibly well. I just wonder if she'll run as well for another barn.
Yeah, Rudy Rodriguez claimed second off the claim, was 4th in the first off the claim performance in a tough field. In that state-bred entry-level allowance against Vehement, who would come back and win again. As we take a look at the 6, Despo's Dream. This one had been with Linda Rice, Robert Johnston, now with Fernando Abreu, and first off the claim was a win for Abreu.
On a muddy sealed track against what I think was a weaker field. This horse is an underlay because of the person riding, I believe. But not that she's impossible, but I prefer others.
Yeah, Pratt aboard, reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. And now this price getting very short on Street View. It's tough to look back, though, at the race on March 21st when Roman got us the 1 and Street View the 2 faced off, and Street View won that race pretty easily, and think that
I think Street View is just the logical horse to beat, getting back to a dry track. I have absolutely no problem. I'm a little interested, and I picked the 4, Melly Mel. This is Melly Giddings had a very good Saratoga last summer. Some sort of weird horses getting bet and running huge. Things quieted down, but she went up there this weekend in a couple 8-to-1 shots. I think one winning and one running second, or maybe both running second. And it seems like her barn just got live up there. And I know this isn't Saratoga, but look at the workouts in Saratoga. 47 breezing, 47-1, 46-2. It just feels like this horse
and
might be
confirmed, by the
turning
way,
her career
according
around.
to the DRF clock reports, they were very strong works.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might just be a new horse, and this race might be crying out for one.
So, yeah, kind of a 3-year-old filly on the rise, tackling some older fillies and mares in this race. So she is definitely interesting here at 9-2. But
I agree.
With Street View, 8-5 now. Both, Andy and I believe, don't be put off by that last poor performance from Street View on a wet track. Because this horse has had 4 chances on off tracks and has just never really performed on a wet track.
Yeah, no, I think it's very reasonable to suggest. Now, listen, it's an 8-5 shot. It ran badly last time. No good. Okay.
Bounced out.
Anyway, I think it's reasonable that the 2 can run better, but I would guess the 4 is pretty much a cinch because she's the first horse I've wanted to bet today.
All right. 8-5 favorite from the rail. Manny Franco back aboard for Steve Schauer. Yeah, even if she faced Street View 2 back, when she only got beat a length, but the best figure she's ever earned. Patty Van Twinkle, much better than what most have been facing in here.
I completely agree. I think she's supposed to be favored, and she is favored, and I agree with the public. I want to bet the 4 as an alternative, but I don't disagree. If my account was working, I'd bet the 4 to win, box 2-4, and press 2-4 as a saver. We'll see how annoyed I am after the race. I have a bet on it. It's just not with my own money. Right now, I'm rooting against the 4. Sorry.
8-5 favorite. Street View. Manny Franco, Steven Schauer barn. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Field loading here. Post time for today's 6th race. Roman Goddess has gone in. Here's Looks First. Melly Mel. Melly Mel moves forward. Here's Florida Flower. Catchphrase. Goes in. Waiting on Despo's Dream to the outside. Despo's Dream. Last to load. Despo's Dream. Flavien Prat goes in. All set. And they're off. Stumble towards the outside. Look like Despo's Dream at the start. Catchphrase is flashing that early speed and goes right out to the front with Florida Flower in the early mix 2. Gets past to the inside here by Street View, who's now a challenging 3rd. Is moving forward with Despo's Dream after the stumble. Up on the far outside is Looks First. Is chased all the time by Melly Mel, who's very wide. Is going to be in the 6th path here as they work up the backstretch. The trailer, Roman Goddess, 22.55, and getting over to the rail is Catchphrase. Kendrick Harmouche and Catchphrase, they control the tempo. In tight here at the rail is Street View, and Manny Franco, nowhere to get yet, is now patiently ridden right in behind that leader. The first move is going to be made by Despo's Dream. It's within a half length of the lead. Wanting out of there is Street View. Street View just needs a seam, is riding the rail right now with the leader catchphrase in front, 3. 45-second flat, half-mile time. Chasing in the blue cap, that's Florida Flower. Right in behind that leading trio, out wider Melly Mel. The rail is open, it's tight, but now muscling on through is Street View, and Street View is cut loose. It's Street View who's kicked in front, is up by a neck. Catchphrase continues to battle on. Despo's Dream has not given up the chase. It's Street View trying to put this one away inside the final furlong. Street View is in front. Despo's Dream is very game inside the final 16th. Street View saved that ground, and that'll lead to victory. Street View wins it over Despo's Dream. Then came Melly Mel and Looks First in 1 minute 22.37 seconds.
Street View, impressive in victory here. Steve Schauerbarn, Manny Franco, and now 2 wins the last 4 starts.
Give Manny Franco credit. He stayed in that pocket, and he's a big-time rider, but he is not afraid to squeeze through a hole that's barely there. And I got to tell you, there was not much margin of error on that one, and she got through and got it done. An excellent ride by Manny. I think the 6 ran better than you and I expected, finishing second, and as it turned out, I saved some money as the 4 could do no better than third, Melly Mel. Great ride, great trip, but probably best anyway.
As
6 ran well, though.
The 9-5 favorite.
6 ran well, though. Give her credit. We didn't like the 6, and she did run well.
We're going to go back to the start and see how the race began for Despo's Dream. Watch the 6 outside.
Stumble there. Yeah. Not a severe stumble, but a stumble nonetheless. And she was wide, the other one saving ground, so there is an argument that she may have run as well as anybody, if not best.
2-6-4-3. It's the favorite, the victory, Street View. On at least a fast track in incredibly sharp form right now.
Yeah, well, fast track. Right, this is one, stay away from her in a sealed track. Probably next time she's entered a sealed track, they'll probably scratch.
I would think so.
And I wouldn't blame them.
9-5, Street View with the win, 4th career victory. All those wins coming here on this surface. Back with prices and the feature next.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back at our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for being with us. Sun shining down out in Shelbyville, Indiana, as well as here in South Ozone Park, New York. And there's a look at Manny Franco. Street View. Stephen Shower Barn owns this one as well. 4-year-old filly by Street Boss. She's actually won 3 of her last 5 now.
And since Steve Shower claimed her, she's got a win in a second and 3 starts as well. She's been in very good form for a number. Different trainers, Rob Atras, Linda Rice, and now Stephen Shower.
He's got a little bit tight there around the turn. Not too bad.
Yeah, ended up getting things working out. Manny really sticking to the rail and making it work.
So Street View, 4th career victory. Very productive 2025 now. 3 wins, a 2nd and 3rd and 6 starts.
I was hoping to bet a horse at Indiana Grand in this race, by the way.
Feature
Horseshoe
next.
Indianapolis, excuse me.
Yeah, New York. We'll get to Horseshoe Indie in a second. There's the prices, $5.60 for the win. Feature on this Thursday card. On the Turf Mile on the 16th, New York bred entry-level allowance race coming up. And Mommy's Turn. Turf debut, 2nd overall start for Chad Brown. It was a winning performance to break her maiden. She's the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, and we'll probably get to showing her trip in that race. She was just ranked the whole way, and Jose was kind of did a great job of trying to rein her in. It wasn't easy, and she still was finishing. A very good effort by her, but she's facing some tougher foes, and I think the 2 outside of her have a real chance, and even the rest of the rail, not impossible.
Back to Shelbyville.
Did we ever really leave? Do you ever really leave Shelbyville?
You don't. Stays with you.
Yeah.
Mile on the turf. Just ask Tom Amos. New York bred. Sorry, Indiana bred.
He
Maiden
owns
special weight.
Horseshoe Indie.
He does. He's had a lot of success there.
I really enjoyed the time I spent with him in Saratoga this summer. Each week. Do you see him at all?
You say that like you usually don't.
I love Tom, but I only saw him for like 1 minute.
Okay.
I was disappointed. I wanted to spend more time with him. He, on the other hand, probably very happy.
No, he loves getting time with Andy.
He's a good man.
Yeah,
Tom
I was able to have
Amos.
dinner with him real quick. Short and sweet.
That's
Tiger
why you
Jumper.
came and visited me at dinner that night, because you felt guilty? No, sorry.
I would have loved to have come to dinner with you. There wasn't a seat at the table.
It's true.
Let's check
There
in with
was,
Rachel. More on this 4th.
Yeah, hey guys, this maiden special weight going 2 turns on the grass looks really interesting. You know, 6 horses in here have never ran on the grass. So these kind of races, you got to look at the horses, see how they're acting. The 5 looks amazing, I thought, going around in the post parade. And I did actually get to talk to Mitchell Merle about Tiger Jumper. And I said, hey, you know, she's never ran on turf, but you guys have been really close together. What do you think about her today? What's the game plan? And he said, I'm going to the lead, Rach, and then I'm going to say, come and catch me. So that's the game plan for him. Pink Picture, I think, looks really good here, but another one that it's a question mark with turf. And when these horses haven't worked on the surface, you got to kind of look at breeding. And Uncle Mo on the dam side, you know, Tony said with that, he hopes that she takes to the turf and that she's been training really, really well. She has a second at the distance of a mile, so fits here, I think, this 3-year-old filly. I went 8.25. I threw in Kennedy Heights, but I just think all those second place finishes, Kennedy Heights just does not want to win. So I threw her in for what she likes, second place. So 8.25 for me here in this 4th race. I made it on the grass here in Indiana. It looks to be an interesting one. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Rachel, a lot of seconds from Kennedy Heights. We get an opportunity to get your thoughts, too, on what you saw in the Belmont Stakes and that rematch with the top 2 from Derby Day.
Yeah, you know what? I was just thinking, I thought the journalism was a lock. I really did go into that race thinking this is a lock. It's easy money. I had him on top in all of my bets. And then Sovereignty came and busted it all up because I also had Beza and I loved Rodriguez. So it's just interesting that I call it knocking heads personally, and it happens a lot with, you know, our Indiana breds that go back and forth together in these same races over and over again throughout the meet. I feel like they're just knocking heads, those 3 at this point. It just depends on whose day is that day, but an excellent edition of the Belmont. I was watching you guys. I bet you loved having it there, and it looked like a good day for everybody.
5-2 favorite right here, one who has 9 runner-ups in 12 starts.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet that horse in a million years. I like the 9 Quibble. First time on the turf, a half to 2 turf winners, improved in the turf. It's not really, the horse actually ran well enough in the dirt with some improvement, and I think it's kind of an interesting horse trying the turf for the first time, because I would rather bet a horse like that than any of these horses. I mean, they're betting the 8. I don't understand the 8 at 3-1. I mean, she lost to 4-5 in the dirt last time, and she has absolutely no turf pedigree to speak of. I shouldn't say that. The sire is a Pioneer of the Nile, the dam's an Uncle Mo, but it's not exactly a screaming turf pedigree. There's more for the 6, who ran faster races on the dirt and has more of a turf. The 9, is more of a turf pedigree. So if the horse trying the turf for the first time, among horses like the 5, who's 5-2, I mean, that horse the speed, but where is that horse's turf pedigree? Not exactly a screaming turf pedigree, so I like the 9 Quibble. Unfortunately, can't bet.
5-2 favorite, yeah. Tiger Jumper, speed on dirt. We'll see if that translates to speed on grass. And start number 3 here coming up on the stretch out, 2 sprint stretch out to a mile, but the surface switch as well. There's a look at the 5 Tiger Jumper. Midshipman filly out of an Indian Charlie mare. Post time coming up for this 4th start of the pick 5 at Horseshoe Indie. And I believe we're bringing the first 6 on the card today from Horseshoe Indie.
We are. And we'll see what happens here.
We'll get back to our feature. Belmont at the Big 8 race 7. 17 minutes to post, plenty of time. Still mommy's turn. But a fairly generous 5-2.
I mean, if you're betting first time now, Quibble's still 6-1. You're betting first timers the turf. You got to get a little bit of a price because you don't know if they can handle it. And at least with the 9, you're getting that price. Whereas I don't really understand the funny. Yeah, it just went down to 9-2. Well, I hope she keeps copying in price. So if she wins, I won't be too annoyed.
6-1 down to 9-2 and 1 click on the 9. 5-2 favorite, though, remains Tiger Jumper. Another one trying the surface for the first time. Very short price here, but we'll see if this one is quick enough to be in front. Dirt speed sprinting. Turf debut coming up here in this 4th to kick off this late pick 5 out in Shelbyville. Let's go to John Dooley for the call.
Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Gold Delight. Kilkenny County, Ireland native Danny Sheehy with Quibble coming up. Gold Delight in. Quibble joins. Fernando de la Cruz with Larry's Revenge. Mitchell Merrill with Tiger Jumper. 5-2 favorite, Tiger Jumper going in. Joseph Romero with Echo Vision. Tiger Jumper's loaded. Joe Ramos with Yo to win, drew 11. Luis Contreras, happy match like Gold Delight, both here in the maiden for Bob Gorham. Happy match with a white cap. $18-1 odds offered on Yo to win. This starts the Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Late pick 5 start, firm and fast here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Tiger Jumper 5-2 favorite. It's 3-1 Kennedy Heights and 4-1 Pink Picture. 16-1 Yo to win. This over the mile. One more. Evan Roman with Lady Artist, so stand by. Lady Artist given a 23-1 chance. They're in the gate. And they're off. McBaby sharply away. Nearest the inside is Gold Delight in the black helmet. Kennedy Heights toward the inside settles, and there's Tiger Jumper with the early speed for Mitchell Merrill. So Tiger Jumper leads the maiden turf mile. It's Tiger Jumper in front here in the early stages from Echo Vision with Gold Delight and McBaby in the red cap out to the stretch. And on the outside is Lady Artist wide. So it's Tiger Jumper has made an easy early lead here with 6 furlongs to run. Tiger Jumper generates the pace. Echo Vision just in second from Gold Light third, holding the rail by a length. Lady Artist is running in fourth from post 12. And then comes Pink Picture, who's drafting behind horses, running in fifth. To the inside, Kennedy Heights in sixth. Larry's Revenge and the Yellow Jacket is running in seventh. Then comes Yo to Win out deep on the course in eighth. Big Baby is ninth, followed by Happy Match, who's running in 10th. Danny Sheehy and Quibble, green with a white diamond belt and a green cap, is running in 11th, and Got the Life trails in 12th. The quarter was 24.08 seconds, past the half-mile pole in just under 50 seconds. As they traverse the far side of the course, it's Tiger Jumper. So Tiger Jumper will look to make every yard here for Mitchell Murrell. Tiger Jumper being tailed by Echo Vision, and Lady Artist is right there as they come toward the quarter pole, head to head to head. In the meantime, Larry's Revenge is coming with a 4-wide sweep. Pink Picture's right there spying a gap. Gold Delight is handy with Kennedy Heights and Yo to Win. It's a toss-up as they straighten away. 3/4, 1 minute 14.70 seconds, multiple chances. It's Gold Delight who came through. Tiger Jumper tries to rally on. Switched out Pink Picture, Kennedy Heights with the rail. Lady Artist, Echo Vision. Late charge on the outside by Happy Match, but they're close to home, and it's Gold Delight for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Gold Delight down top by 2. Pink Picture gained second. Tiger Jumper lost place late. They were followed home by Happy Camper along with Kennedy Heights, and then Got the Life farther back in the running. There was Lady Artist along with
Gold Delight. First time on the turf with a win.
Not a lot of turf pedigree for this one either, a Golden Sense. But got that rail skimming ride. It was first-time turfers. It looks like 3, 5, and 8 running 1, 2, 3. I think my 9 might have rallied into 8th. Might have rallied. Might have got nipped for 8th or 7th. Big run by that horse. No running whatsoever.
5-1 on your winner. The man who led all riders. Belmont at Saratoga Week. 9 victories. He's come right back with a couple of wins today on the card. Stay with us.
In the Churchill Downs Stakes. And Gun Pilot 1-2-166 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 under the wire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Spinning colors and John Velasquez making every pole a winning one in the Mount Vernon. Darth Vader opens up under John Velasquez to win the Ogden Phipps presented by Ford.
And the grueling final stages in the Belmont Gold Cup. Parchment Party is going to qualify for the Land of Oz.
She feels pretty. Yet another Grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte. AP Kid, will prove much best in the Pennine Ridge. And it's A.G. Bullet running powerfully to the wire. A.G. Bullet dominates the Jaipur.
What an incredible week for the winningest rider in the history of historic Saratoga. And she feels pretty winning with a wide trip on a soft turf course she probably did not even like. Was very impressive.
The reality is that she's never not run the best race of anybody in the field she's been in. She's 7 for 10 lifetime, and I think she should be undefeated. She's had the wrong trip with outside trips against strong rails. Her Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly should have won, and Cherie DeVoe deserves an enormous amount of credit for that. She's done a great job with that horse. She got a good horse, and she'd probably say, I got the good horse, but Cherie's done a great job with her.
Early double today for Johnny V as well. But what an incredible week upstate.
Yeah. And even, you know, with them moving the turf races, he picked up the mounts on both Integration and, I guess it's Ag Bullet or Silver Bullet. We're trying to debate what we're supposed to call that horse going forward. As AG, the symbol for Silver, and Flavien Prat riding at Churchill Downs, not able to ride. And Johnny picked up both those mounts, got beat in a photo, and got the money with. I don't understand why Ag Bullet was not sort of a comparable price to the favorite in that race. She was such a good horse.
This is our feature coming up, and this is a major threat to the favorite North End lady here, Barclay Tagg, and Mr. Wind Machine himself, John Velasquez, getting a leg up, looking for his third on this card.
Getting back with New York breds, getting back on the turf after being with synthetics, was in David Fawkes' barn at Gulfstream. I thought Barclay was down there, but maybe he wasn't. I'm not exactly sure the story, but I guess the question is, will this horse get enough pace? Because she does not have much speed, and I guess you could say the same thing for Mommy's Turn. But if Mommy's Turn is more professional, she could be a bit more forward.
Now, North End Lady, the one, last time she was on the grass, and it was off the bench. Third against Joyful Lash. She would come back and be second in a stake at Monmouth, running the very same figure at 84 buyer speed figure in that winning effort. As we take a look at Johnny V's mount here for Barclay Tagg again.
Yeah, I mean, she's the one of the short prices I would try to beat, but I can understand why people like her in here, and I'm always happy when Barclay does well.
Christopher Elliott on this long shot here, Amy's Light.
Has tried the turf a few times and never really shown that much.
Tough to make a case for Kara's Dreamweaver.
She's better going shorter, and she's really not been particularly good on the turf. A huge price.
12-1 Spirit of Esther. The last time she was on the grass, she was third at a huge number.
You like her more than I do, but you make a good point.
Long on the turf, I should say.
Her race long on the turf was good enough to win here, but I thought she was very much with the flow of the race. But she's a big price if you like her.
Ricardo Santana Jr. is aboard. Favorite. Mommy's Turn. Just had so much go wrong for her in that debut, and she still won.
Yeah, it's rare you see horses do that, but this is a tougher spot. She needs to behave better. She needs to not get so headstrong. Very curious to see if she's had, with 40 days since her last start, how much she's settled down.
Jose Lezcano back aboard. Grace and Grit, John Kimmel.
He could never get inside with her last time with a wide trip. I actually thought she ran pretty well, and I think she's a major threat to the favorite.
David Donk, Arad Ortiz Jr., and Trail of Gold.
I think the switch to Arad is important on this horse who had a wide trip last time and is far from impossible.
And 27-1, the second biggest price on the board here, Lady Jasmine.
I'm not sure why she's this big a price, but she'd have to improve. Though she has some races on the turf that aren't that bad. 27-1's a big price, but she's tough. I mean, I don't know why she's so much less likely to win this race than Amy's Light. In fact, I would bet her instead of Amy's Light if somebody said who's going to finish ahead of the other one, yet she's over twice the price. So if you want to, I'll take 6-5 on a head-to-head if you're interested.
Mommy's Turn, the favorite, I'll pass. For Chad Brown. Not easy to handle in the debut. Rank throughout much of that race. We'll see if she's a little more professional here in start number 2 on the turf as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, horses don't usually win with that kind of trip, expending so much energy fighting Jose Lezcano that day, and was still able to get the job done where she was kind of in and out and amongst horses throughout the running of that race too. So visually, when you watch that replay back from start to finish, it was very impressive. Now, it was against maidens, so now she has to face winners for the first time in what is so far a very young career, but only her third start. She physically doesn't quite stack up to some of her older, more experienced rivals, but that doesn't mean that much. I'm just saying I do think she faces tougher company this time around. She's very quiet in the paddock and pretty content out on the racetrack too. So at least not giving the indication that she's going to be that headstrong here again. And certainly with a more outside post position this time, I would look for her to be allowed to get more forward position. So we'll see how Mommy's Turn does, as I'm going to select the horse who does have a bit more experience. Coming in from South Florida is number 1, North End Lady. I don't know what the story is because Barclay Tagg is down in Florida as well, but she was coming off of a layoff, so maybe Dave Fox had her down there previously and was just getting her ready, as this stable might have a relationship with Dave. But back here with Barclay, she's done well. She's filled out. She's so much stronger behind too, and I don't mind. In fact, I kind of like her effort too back on the turf course when she was off of a layoff. She kind of wanted to get a little headstrong and fresh early, but she was in a good spot. She just wanted to do a little bit too much and still had a bit more left in the tank to kind of finish up mildly in that short stretch at Gulfstream Park. She looks phenomenal. Just dappled head to toe. Definitely the pick of the paddock and even out on the racetrack too. So I'll take her in the face of Mommy's Turn. As number 6, Grace and Grit, she comes out of that common race with Trail of Gold, in which Red Burgundy was able to wire the field that day, though Grace and Grit was first off of the layoff. She can be a bad actor. Remember last year, she gave her connections all sorts of fits. I remember she was supposed to run up at Saratoga. She was a late scratch that day for flipping over in the paddock. And still, throughout her campaign there as a juvenile, she wanted to act up with the pony, getting the tack on, the whole 9 yards. What looks as though another year under her belt, another year wiser, as they did saddle her outside, but she handled herself beautifully. I was a little concerned when she first walked in, considering how warm it is, that she wasn't sweating enough. But as time went on, she's gotten a little bit more of a sheen to her. You want horses to have a bit more of a sweat on days like this, that it is quite warm out here. But physically, she's done tremendous from 2 to 3 as well. She's filled out. She's incredibly strong here for John Kimmel. And I know that Trail of Gold had a bit more of a wide, taxing trip. I just thought there was more upside with number 6, Grace and Grit, as they both emerge out of that May 17th effort. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. Grace and Grit, they have, Connections had high expectations for her after a debut win, put her into a grade 2.
I agree with what Maggie said. I picked the race 5, 6, 7, and I agree with Maggie. I think she's the interesting one at a bit of a price. You might try to get in there. Mommy's Turn at a short price. She's a little bit too short, but boy, was her maiden win impressive.
Here it is. Stumbles out of the gate.
3.
And then incredibly ranked throughout most of the race.
I don't even know if it was a stumble. It was almost like she sort of propped a little bit. She took herself out of the race, and I mean, if you had her at this point, you could not be happy, and I don't think Jose Lezcano was either. She's acting up really, really badly, and frankly, he never really was able to get her to settle, Greg.
He wasn't, and you said it earlier when we were talking about this filly, just how much that can take out of a horse. Still to have energy to be able to make the move she does and to finish in the stretch. Incredibly impressive.
Most of the time, horses that are fighting the rider, and this is Jose Lezcano does an enormous amount of credit, but they're fighting the rider like this, they just come up empty when you ask them. They've just expended so much energy and all their shenanigans, and look at her with her head up, and he's going between horses. I think he's desperately trying to keep her sort of covered up because he's afraid, I think, if he gets her out in the clear, she's going to take off, and then he might really get yelled at by Chad Brown. But I'm sure Chad was extremely appreciative, frankly, and the job Jose did on a horse that was very, very hard to ride. I mean, obviously, none of this is a rider's fault. She's 3 wide right now. He's going to end up going 4 wide as they're heading into the turn right now, because I think he just felt like, I got to get away from this
and
mess
there she goes, yeah.
I got to get in front of those horses because I have too much horse. And now I think he wants to try to get her to settle again. And then he's like, I don't know how much more I can fight her. Let me just go by the field. He goes out 4, but even here, you're sort of like, okay, she's given up, right? And now she drops back in, and but she's lucky in, and then she ends up sort of splitting horses as the door opens up for him, and just goes rolling by. I mean, this is one where Jose just, to me, deserves a lot of credit for not giving up, getting her to eventually be able to make that move, and she just expended so much energy, and you have to hope with the 40 days since that start that she's just a more professional horse today.
And I love to see, I realized it was Kentucky Derby weekend. A lot of big names were out of town, and that's why he got that opportunity, Jose Lezcano.
I did just get into Naira Bets. I just want to let people know so they know.
Good news.
Sorry,
yeah.
Greg,
Issues logging in our bets, and apparently those have been resolved. So you can log back in. Great news. But great to see Jose Lezcano getting opportunities for a big barn like this.
No question about it.
6-5 favorite. Mommy's Turn, the 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Speed to the inside. Amy's Light is trying to be forwardly placed, but there's Spirit of Esther, who's quickest. Spirit of Esther is a neck in front. Grayson Grit is going to stalk towards the outside. Amy's Light, Christopher Elliott, wanted to be up front, is going to tuck in and sit in third. Very rank right in behind them. That's Mommy's Turn. Just having to steady off of heels there is in fourth as they work towards that first turn. Lady Jasmine is 3 wide in that group, going to be mid-pack, is going to corner very wide into that turn. Kara's Dreamweaver is saving all the ground, is now a challenging 6th. The 2 at the back, that's North End Lady and Trail of Gold. They work to the backstretch. It's Spirit of Esther, who's in front. Grayson Grit under a tight hold, still stalking second. Amy's Light is at the rail in third. Lady Jasmine in pursuit has been wide throughout, is in fourth, and now trying to settle. Still a little keen there is Mommy's Turn, splitting rivals. Still there in sixth. At the rail, that's Kara's Dreamweaver, North End Lady. John Velasquez has a lot of horse, but nowhere to go, is the trailer with Trail of Gold. 51 seconds flat. The posted half-mile time. Spirit of Esther will take him into the far turn now, and Spirit of Esther is still up by that half length. Chasing is Grayson Grit, and Grayson Grit is still in hand, is just looming up on the outside of this leader. They kick for home, and the sprint is on. They reach the top of the lane. Spirit of Esther still with a nose in front. Grace and Grit is trying to push on by. Mommy's Turn and is switched towards the outside. Trail of Gold. Far back there, North End Lady. Grayson Grit is in front. Mommy's Turn, though, now cut loose. It's Mommy's Turn sprinting after this leader. Grayson Grit ahead in front. Also joining them is Trail of Gold late. These three down the line. It's going to be a tight photo finish. 3 noses across the line. In between horses, Mommy's Turn. To the inside, it was Grayson Grit. And the oncoming strides of Trail of Gold. A 3-horse photo for the win in race 7.
Things dramatically changed in this race and really the final 2 jumps.
Yeah, it felt like the 6 was holding off the 5. Grayson Grit holding off the favorite, Mommy's Turn. Irad Ortiz may have timed this about as well as you could possibly time a ride. Now the 6 might have gotten by the 5, but Irad got that head down, and she didn't necessarily win the bob. I think she was in front, and I think it's 7-5-6, and a pretty good finish. And boy, I mean, if you bet on the 7, you didn't think you were going to get there. It looked like she might be third, and she got there at the end. Frustrating beat if you bet the 6 at 5-1 because she ran outside with no cover the whole way and actually ran well. I know those fractions very slow. There may be, I don't know, it's weird, right? Is it possible there's some give to the
I can't
inner?
believe they were that slow.
Well, the rails are at 27 feet, and it is 7.56, as we said. The rails are at 27 feet, and I'm wondering a lot of things. But I know it was 7.56.
Again, Mommy's Turn rank early on in this race. Difficult to handle for Jose Lezcano.
But a lot more professional. I mean, to be fair, at least she got in position. I'm going to say, though, she kind of hung on the money a little bit here, didn't she, Greg?
She did. It looked like she's going to roll right on by.
Yeah, and if she had that momentum and gotten by the 6 more easily, she would have held off Trail of Gold. But give a lot of credit, Irad. And
that is the 6
it looks like the 6 came out, so it may not have been the 5 hanging. It may have been the 6 coming out. Can we see that again, guys?
So that is significant.
Director Mitch Levitas did something useful for a change?
Kendra Carmouche on the 6, impeding the path of Mommy's Turn, no question here.
And this is fairly early in the stretch because they're just going by the gap. Yeah, right there, just a little bit sort of shies, but
there it is.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I think that. This will be one. I'm not saying it's Kendrick's fault. She made us drift it out, but I'm sure the stewards will look at it one way or the other. Obviously, the 6 finishing third, nothing affects her finish,
right.
But there's an argument that she cost the 5 the win, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a tough beat for the 5, seeing that head on there. But Trail of Gold will take the assist and get the win. 4-1, Irad Ortiz Jr., David Donk. 4-1 with a little drama here in the stretch and a tight finish.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 as Trail of Gold with the minor upset at 4-1 gets the job done, giving Arad Ortiz Jr. his second win on the card. And Dave Donk, one and done, baby. Well done.
Yeah, great ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she has a bit of talent. She's always so green and a little light-mouthed, and you know, for a young rider, I guess maybe he's not that young anymore, Erad, but he's just so good. And you know, a little concerned, he took her back, but he likes to do that sometimes. I don't think the teletimer was right, but it was slow early. But you know, a good effort. Just hope to build upon it.
And two, you know, you're a guy who I would say, you can correct me if I'm wrong, prefers turf. You're looking at me like maybe not.
Geez, I'd love a damn good dirt horse. But...
Well, to be fair, she has more on the surface of things, more of a dirt pedigree, but then you switch her to the turf and she's run awfully well.
Yeah, but there's enough grass pedigree on the damn side. So I kind of always thought so. She was so one-paced on the dirt. The problem is on the grass, you need to quicken, and today's the best that she's quickened so far. Yeah. So, you know, good effort, but a great ride.
And we were just lamenting about the traffic getting over here, so best of luck getting back.
3 weeks till Saratoga.
We all love it in Saratoga, but Aqueduct definitely serving its purpose and giving you winners.
It's got a grass course.
It's got two, in fact, Greg, and they are pretty firm and fast today.
Yes, they are, with that sun beaming down in the 80s this afternoon. Trail of Gold, good for David Donk. Trail of Gold, $10 for the win, but Mommy's turn, very likely
Little
best
unlucky,
here.
but that's okay. That's what happens in the game. You got to get lucky sometimes. You're allowed to. I think one of my favorite dirt horses for Dave Donk is a horse named Ordway, who won the Champagne as a 2-year-old. I think he lost his maiden to a Wayne Lucas long shot at Belmont, sort of right at the end of the meet. But was maiden at Saratoga and won the Champagne. He was a really good horse.
Horseshoe Indie, race 5, main track, mile 70 yards. Indiana breds, entry-level allowance race coming up. And favoritism, see you in a bit on the rail.
I'm going to say that these are odd prices, right? How is the 8 not favored?
Oh, it's close. Could be by, look, they take big jumps once those gates open, the odds.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at some multis.
Let's check in with Rachel for more on the 5th.
Yeah, guys, I totally agree with you. Excuse me, Andy, on the 8. And actually, I did talk to Tony Granitz. That's the first thing he said. He said, I'm going to have to beat Ship Shawana on the outside with my horse. So we'll see what happens closer to post. I've heard you guys over and over today comment, especially I think in our opener where we just got slammed some money there at the last minute. So that computer money coming in, we'll see how that plays out. But right now it's the 2 and the 1 that are going back and forth. I like Tap Bonnet doing well. Tony said training, he's looking for a big effort, but you know, that was a maiden special weight, finally put it all together in the maiden breaking win last time by almost 5. First time with winners is a big step up. So I'm going to go with Tap Bonnet here, put up a nice speed figure recently, but Ship Shawana does look really tough on the outside. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a long shot as I did talk to Michelle and her husband, Chili, who usually he's very critical. He was very, very positive about adding blinkers to the 7, Matoli's Secret today. He said she is training amazingly in the morning. She's returning to dirt, and it's a key start for her 3rd start off that long layoff in her winter off here from 2024 to 2025. So I threw that one in, and depending on the odds, hopefully it'll sweeten it up. But I definitely put Tap Bonnet on top, looking for Ship Shawana, but a big effort from Tony Granit's trainee, and Marcelino looking for a double as well. He's had a good day today.
I think the 2 is a horrendous favorite, and the 2 is favored actually in doubles and pick 3s and all multis. You're talking about a horse that won an off-the-turf maiden race last time. Those are races that often in scheduled dirt races don't get reproduced. And I have some questions on whether or not she's a true dirt horse. Now listen, she can obviously win the 1, 2, or an 8. One of those horses is probably going to win this race. Having said that, I just thought the 8, and I know she's 1 for 14, but she's 1 for 8 on the dirt. And I just thought she was a little bit faster and more reliable in dirt races. But the public's agreeing now, but I got to think, all things considered, by post time, the 2, Tap Bonnet, will be favored. I prefer the 8, the 1, 2, or 8, and I think they're kind of lock it up, and the public agrees. So the 5's taking a lot of money. Not exactly sure why. This horse has never lifted a hoof on the dirt.
Yeah, the maiden win came on grass. And you heard the information from Rachel as well with a 7. Barnes says working lights out on this 11-1 shot. Blinkers going on today.
You got the wrong guy if you want somebody that's interested in barn tips. I'm not that guy.
5-2, Ship Shawana outside post. Current favorite for now, but again, we see things sway quite a bit in these last final jumps till the gates open. John Dooley, the call. Here's race 5, start of a pick 4.
Evan Roman, Matoli's Secret drew 7. Santo Sanjor, War Trinkets. Like Sorry Not Sorry, both for Mike Lauer. War Trinkets with a green cap. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Joe Ramos with Ship Shawana. 2-1 favorite, Ship Shawana. Here comes the 5th Ole. They're off. See you in a bit. Broke sharp from the rail. What About Now is being sent with a black cap. Matoli's Secret is right there, and Ship Shawana, no option but 4 wide as they charge into the first turn. The leader, See You in a Bit, with Felix Austudio. See You in a Bit has pole position. Leads here by a length and a half to What About Now, who's running second by 2. Matoli's Secret in third as they go to the back, with nearest the inside Tap Bonnet running in 4th. Ship Shawana caught a wide 5th. Then between horses, Sorry Not Sorry with a white cap on the outside, Hazel My Candy and War Trinkets trails. The opening quarter, 23.79 seconds, making this backstretch run. It's See You in a Bit. See You in a Bit generates the pace. What About Now continues to chase. The outside, Matoli's Secret is 3 deep uncovered. Ship Shawana in the purple cap is covering a lot of ground. In the meantime, Tap Bonnet nicely up the inside trail there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Sorry Not Sorry is in between horses. And then moving up between horses, Hazel My Candy, Ship Shawana wide second to last in the trail reigns, War Trinkets. They went past the half-mile pole in 48.50 seconds. 3 furlongs still in front of See You in a Bit. See You in a Bit continues to lead. What About Now as Matoli's Secret is gearing up for Evan Roman. Matoli's Secret to take on See You in a Bit. as they come past the quarter pole. What About Now is under pressure. Ship Shawana, Sorry Not Sorry, Tap Bonnet, Hazelmite Candy, and War Trinkets. These fillies straighten away, 3/4. 1 minute 12.85 seconds. Matoli's Secret takes a crack at the longtime leader. See You in a Bit. See You in a Bit sticking that neck out. 1 furlong to go. See You in a Bit. She just clings on. Just holds Matoli's Secret, who's second on the outside. And then Tap Bonnet running in third. See You in a Bit. Matoli's Secret on the outside in full stretch. See You in a Bit. See You in a Bit. Wire to wire. Fence Matoli's Secret. Tap Bonnet was third. Third's close. What About Now? And Sorry Not Sorry.
See You in a Bit with a win, holding off a stubborn Matoli's Secret, who Rachel told us about, had turned a corner in the mornings. Working out recently, puts in a big challenge here, comes up just short.
No question, did run better today than she appeared to be able to on paper, but it was the one, See You in a Bit, got the best trip of anybody, getting the front from the inside position, and she was able to hold off. Ship Shawana ran last in here, but she had a ridiculous trip, but she still ran last, a distant last.
See You in a Bit, beaten favorite last start with the win here. Second off the bench, second start of her 3-year-old campaign. Big weekend coming up Saturday afternoon. It is Haskell Preview Day at the Jersey Shore. More on what to expect from the Saturday card from Monmouth when we come back.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Back on our Thursday coverage, huge Saturday coming up at the Jersey Shore. Haskell Preview Day, Saturday afternoon from Monmouth Park. We will have live coverage and many stakes to come, including a big prep for the Haskell with the Naira Bets Pegasus.
Yeah, I believe we're on till 4:30,
We are.
so we'll be showing the Naira Bets Pegasus and the Monmouth as well, but they are good races. And, I mean, Garamond, the Juddmonte horse for Chad Brown, who beat Cornucopian here, is going to be an overwhelming favorite, I believe, in the Pegasus.
Meanwhile, in the Monmouth, 1 1/8 on the grass, redistricting. Back to work with Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown.
Now, this is a tougher spot than the one he faced in Saratoga, where he would have faced had it not been rained off on Saturday. And, of course, being a stake race, you can't use Lasix. I've been disappointed in redistricting. A horse I think is very, very talented. I think the race to show is the Seabiscuit out at Del Mar, where he finished second, flying on the outside, beating neck. He probably spent a little too much time on the rail in this race. It wasn't the place to be, but I mean, Irad couldn't have given him a better trip, angling out in the stretch, and he just didn't finish. He's a talented horse that was a little unlucky not winning the Knickerbocker here last year, a little unlucky in the Seabiscuit, but at some point, we need redistricting to get his act together and win one of these races, and this is a tougher spot than the one he was rained off of, but, you know, he is pretty good. But there are some nice horses in here as well. King Max is okay. We'll see if Signature can bounce back, not handling that very, very soft course down at Pimlico on Preakness Day.
Yeah, King Max off a long time away, hasn't raced since March of 24.
Races. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I did glance through it and am a redistricting fan, but this is a much tougher spot, I think, than his 7-5 morning line might suggest, even though they're probably right. He will be a short price.
Back to the nightcap here in New York. Race 8 to close things out. Few scratches near that did change things quite a bit in this race. 6 furlongs, outer turf. And a starter optional claiming race, we're right now the 7-5 favorite. Sanane, Brad Cox claiming off of the Tom Morley barn.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general feeling is we've seen those Cox, Sandy Goldfarb, and Sandy Goldfarb, the owner, those claims be very, very successful. Now, they were on the dirt, though, and this is on the turf. And while he's talented enough to beat the horse to beat in here, he's somewhat getting those figures by just not doing much running and kind of in tougher races and finish behind the 11 Proud Mary, who's kind of the co-favorite 8-5 right now. I like the 3 Aunt Yola, who was involved in a very fast-paced return race 2 back and then was foolishly rated, I thought, trying to go long. I think cutting back to a sprint, I'd love to see Kendrick be super aggressive here with the number 3 Aunt Yola, and I think she can upset this field if he gets an aggressive ride.
And as we said earlier, but good to revisit those issues, to log in at Naira Bets, those have been resolved, so we appreciate everyone for being patient with that. Obviously an unfortunate incident.
I wouldn't qualify me as being patient.
You were not
worked with me a
patient.
long time, and I think you've figured out by now I'm not the world's most patient guy.
Andy was demanding he be paid for the winners he missed out on. You were not demanding to
that I had
pay
to
Naira
pay
Bets
because I do
for
owe the money.
losers
I definitely
that you-
owe the money. I definitely owe Naira Bets money.
Interesting.
Yes,
how
no
that,
question
yeah.
about that. Yes, yes. I'll give it to some horse-related charity.
Here's the favorite, 7-5. So Manny Franco, Brad Cox off the claim. You know, just the fact that Brad Cox claiming this filly, you knew it was going to take plenty of attention, and with the scratches, becomes the one to beat.
Well, the other thing is she's going to be forwardly placed. And, you know, I'll say it again. We have seen both races on the outer be dominated by horse with speed. Now, to be fair, they were not illogical types, so I don't think they were absolutely carried home by the track. But I think the horse is kind of stalled trying to close outside, so it's an advantage. And she has potentially the speed with the 8 scratching, but aggressive ride from Kendrick, and Aunt Yola is no slowpoke, and I think this would be a good time for Kendrick to be aggressive. We'll see if that's the way it plays out.
So 7-5 here off since early April. Some new faces on the turf, and you know, obviously Proud Mary's faced this one, the favorite, 3-2, and finished ahead of her a couple of times. But we'll see if her form has not been quite as sharp as in the past.
And she's 1 for 14 and 1 for 11 on the turf. The other thing is, she's got an outside post and is a deep closer. So she is sort of pace dependent here. And that's to me what separates her from the 5. Forget about the claim and everything. I just think I want horses more forward, and you see if Romero can save some ground. How about all the money for the 12?
Yeah.
Quiet Confidence. What was her morning line?
She was 10-1 morning line. But
There have been a lot of scratches.
Yeah, a lot of horses coming out. I did think even before that she was interesting. The Dam did run a 72 by her on the grass, even though she was 0 for 4. Second Dam was talented on dirt, graded 6th place on the dirt, but she ran very good on synthetic and showed speed in that first try on a synthetic track.
That's fair. She's actually been run some okay races, so I'm not going to knock that. I don't love her recent form, but I don't think that's unfair. She has back races. I guess that makes some sense. She's taking some money, especially in the scratch-depleted field.
Here is Aunt Yola, Kendrick Carmouche for Horacio de Paz.
Go. Just go. Lose, but lose the right way.
And we'll cut back in distance. Infatuation, big price.
Yeah, for good reason. Just didn't do any running the 2 times on the turf.
Sanane, here's the 3-2 favorite. Brad Cox first off the claim.
Yeah, I mean, she's run well enough to win here. She can be forward, and it's hard to ignore the barn change.
Ran on the Queen Mary at Royal Ascot. No factor.
She's my long shot throw in this race. The 3 horses, the Dam sire that tried the turf, didn't do much running, but they didn't have good turf sires. And the Factor's a good turf stallion, and the second Dam's good turf.
Yeah, multiple stakes winner on the turf, going long. Second Dam. Spun size first on turf.
Yeah, now this one is a half to 2 turf winner, so there is some pedigree there. To speak of, Spun to Run has been 2 for 35 so far with turf runners.
Proud Mary rematch with the favorite.
She just keeps on, is it burning? Proud Mary keeps on burning?
Rolling.
Rolling.
And Quiet Confidence turf debut, and again showed that ability on synthetic.
She takes a little more money down to 7 to 2. I can understand taking some money. I wouldn't bet her at this price, though.
Yeah, it's getting a little short. Jimmy Ryerson trains. Javier Castellano aboard. 5 minutes to post. Favorite remains this 5 for Brad Cox. First off the claim. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start right there, Greg, with Kanane, as she is returning to the turf, which I think is arguably her preferred surface, and even on the looks of things, that's what she wants to do here, but also off a little bit of a break. Now, she does have enough works coming in here and off the claim, and looking at her, she looks incredibly fit. The thing with her, though, is that she's just never changed. She was a decent enough 2-year-old, but she really physically never kind of went on from there. Now, very quiet in the paddock, but that's usually how she is, warming up beautifully. That's usually how she is, and she can win here. There's no doubt about it. And I do think this is ultimately what she wants to do. But I just thought maybe at a short price, we could take a look at someone else, and that someone else for me is going to be number 11, Proud Mary, getting away from those 5/8 turf sprints and trying the 6 furlongs again here. I like that for her, for Mark Hennig, as she's just really, really well muscled. And I think that coming out of Florida, she actually looks better than what she did when I saw her up in Saratoga last year, and I'm going to take a shot with her overall. Now, there's some first-time turfers trying to pull off upsets. We'll take a look here at number 7, Spun Size, as you heard Andy talking about her pedigree and switching to this surface. She ran, arguably, at least for her previous connections, her best race on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park, and she's actually the most convincing physically looking at her getting to this surface. And actually, just a good-looking filly overall. I know she hasn't really shown that on the racetrack. She does look quite slow, but nothing like a surface change to make one a bit faster. So here for Charlie Baker, she's definitely the most convincing, but the one taking the most money of that group is number 12, Quiet Confidence. She doesn't look overwhelmingly like she'll prefer the turf. She is sharp in here. She does look like an out-and-out sprinter. Oftentimes the dirt speed doesn't necessarily translate to the turf, but she's giving me indications, Greg, that she should be forward in here. She should break well after being the last one put in the gate. We'll see how she negotiates that outside post, but maybe her speed is what makes her most dangerous.
Yeah, she showed that forward ability in that first start on synthetic. Was forward in a couple of dirt races out of that performance. We'll see what we get first time on the grass for Quiet Confidence. 7-2 right now. Kanane, proper pronunciation of the 5 there. Brad Cox first off the claim. Still favored 6-5.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't take the 12 at that price. I think, listen, anything could happen. Horse could win. Never been on the turf before. Not really my cup of tea out there. I think Kanane is the horse to beat in this race, the number 5. I don't even argue that. But I think that the horse who's getting lost, in my opinion, of the contenders is the number 3. Who I have no idea why this horse is 7-1 in this race. No idea whatsoever. I mean, she has run well in the past. She got caught up in a fast pace in her return race last time out. She was rated. She's never going to have a chance to be effective going long if she's rated, and she's probably a horse going shorter. And she's got 2 out of the 3 prior turf races make her a major contender here. I do not understand why she's 8-1 right now. Maybe I'm reading this badly. I think she's the overlay of the year at this price.
We have someone coming out, by the way. That's the 6.
Well, that's going to save me a little money.
No factor. Scratch. Back to the barn.
Get my triples back and a little exacta.
Back to the 3 for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a chance she's just
done?
Yes.
Yeah, of course there is. I'm happy to take 8-1 to find out, however. I mean, listen, if she were 3-1 here, I wouldn't be betting her. But at 8-1, I'm more than happy to bet her, and I'm hoping that Kendrick's super aggressive with her because I believe that she's the fastest horse in the race if he wants to be aggressive, and I'd love to see him secure that rail position.
We'll see what we get from, a couple have shown dirt or synth speed. The 7, the 12. if they can be forward at all as well.
They can be forward. I think the 3 is faster. I think the 5 is faster too, but that doesn't, a lot of the time it really depends on how these horses are ridden. And that it really comes down to that. So, you can get the pace projectors, but in New York, you have a lot of riders that are not as aggressive. It seems like out of town, a lot of times the pace projector falls in line much better. Here, riders are not as aggressive as they seem to be sometimes, in many occasions, out of town, as Aunt Yola goes to 9-1.
Wow.
Maybe I'm just making a bad bet here, but I think this is wild that she's this price. We have scratched out
the
a field
point,
of 6.
She came back, and she broke her maiden sprinting on the turf. She had no chance being close to that pace.
Exactly.
21-3, 44-2.
Now, the speed won the race, to be fair. But I think that it just got too fast for her. And she has 2 of the 3 previous turf sprints were good enough to win this race. And at that price in this field, I don't know why she's 8-1 to the 11 and 12s, 2 and 3-1. That's what I think is. I understand why the 5 is bet. I don't understand this money for the 11 and 12.
So nightcap coming up. 6 furlongs outer turf to close out this Thursday card. First of 12 remaining days here. Belmont at the Big A downstate before we head back early for July 4th weekend. Only 10 for Andy.
No,
Thank you.
9 left. Yeah. I love Aqueduct. Saratoga is Saratoga, but I don't want to hear. There's a really good video on YouTube that he's watched about Aqueduct, sort of an ode to Aqueduct, and it's some of its later days filmed on Wood Memorial Day. I know a lot of people watched it. Look for it. Figure out the name. It's very good. I'll try to tweet it out.
I am looking for what I'm going to take with me as my memory.
Memories. I'm going to remember
I
being
want
here with my
something.
grandmother when Bold Forbes won the Wood Memorial. That's a memory I'll
Great
never
racetrack for
lose.
a lot of years.
Yes, sir.
But of course, fall 2026, new Belmont opens and the game moves on. Even money, Kanane the 5, moving to the Brad Cox barn. It is the nightcap on this Thursday card here from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Quiet Confidence goes in. All set. And they're off. Quiet Confidence broke very well from the far outside, and Spun Size is trying to be in the early mix too. In between horses, there's Kinane, and Kinane is ready to challenge for the lead, and these two are head and head. It's Kinane to the inside of Quiet Confidence. They're still 1-2, and Kinane is now up by 3/4 of a length. At the rail, Aunt Yola, Kendrick Carmouche will hold that position as taken 3rd. And behind horses now will be Infatuation and Force. Spun Size is wide, and even wider will be Proud Mary. As they work on the far turn now, the pressure is on up front. Kinane with a neck in front. Quiet Confidence is ranged back up on this leader as they're well into the far turn now. Trying to run on a Spun Size on Yola. Infatuation not making up much ground from the back as they reach the top of the lane. Quiet Confidence is ready to pounce on Kinane, and these two are now still shoulder to shoulder, and Quiet Confidence is in front. Kinane will not go away, keeps coming back towards the inside. Quiet Confidence is trying to put away a stubborn Kinane who keeps battling on towards the inside the final 16th. Quiet Confidence is almost there. Kinane trying one more time. Photo! Tight photo. Nice horse race. It was Quiet Confidence to the outside of Kinane. It's a photo for the win in the finale. Finishing 3rd was Proud Mary.
Quiet Confidence, I believe, gets this victory. Javier Castellano, Jimmy Ryerson, turf debut, put the heat on throughout.
Boy, the money was right on this horse, 3-1. He really ran she ran a very, very good race, and the 5 of the benefit from the inside, she still was able to beat her. It seems like she was best, and I think your point about my 3 is well taken, Greg. She's just not competitive anymore. Kendrick got a good garden trip behind horses, and she just had nothing. She's just not, you're right, she's just not competitive anymore.
It's a gritty effort from Quiet Confidence.
And I think the 5 had all the best of it, being down in a slightly better path down on the inside, and Javier aggressive the entire way, able to get it done, because if he wasn't, he would not have beaten this horse.
107 final time, and posted unofficially, the 12-year winner, 12-5, 11-4. Infatuation, completing the top 4, 57-1.
Yeah. Well, with my horse not running, there weren't too many slots left, Greg.
So I think we're going to see this one remain on this surface for a little bit.
I would agree, and this is the fastest one of the three 6-furlong turf races we ran by quite a bit. Obviously, the first one's being 2-year-olds, but the last race, the 5th race, an okay field. And I think this race is a couple fifths per second faster. These horses ran well. These two did.
Cheek piece on, quiet confidence.
Oh, that's it. Greg, now you tell me?
3-1.
You know me, I love a cheek piece.
This one it showed gameness on synthetic. That can translate to turf.
This was the best race she's ever run, though. This was a very good effort by her.
Big move forward, no question, on the grass.
Yep.
4-year-old filly by Nyquist for Jimmy Ryerson, Javier Castellano on board to close things out on this third day afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. Grade 1 winning family represented at Horseshoe Indie coming up. A half-sister to National Treasure. We will see in race 6 when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, and quiet confidence getting onto the grass for the first time. Very impressive in victory. Jimmy Ryerson, Javier Castellano battling Kanane all the way to the wire and winning the photo.
The board was not quietly confident. They were loudly confident. They knew, and they were right. This horse, best race she's ever run. She did it in the turf. Good ride by Javier, taking the favorite every step of the way, not letting that one get away. And even an outside path, it's probably not quite as beneficial being right down the inside. Still able to get the win. She was best, and it was a good ride by Javier being aggressive.
Nyquist filly, turf debut, winning one here at 3-1 from a 10-1 morning line. There were quite a few scratches in the race, but
still, they knew.
Took money, no question. $8.60 for the win. And here we go. Pick 6 carryover, as I predicted, after leg 1.
Great call, Greg. Great call, really. Definitely better than any opinions I had all day today.
was a 1-5 favorite who lost that opening leg of the sequence. Back to Horseshoe Indie.
I think about around 15,000. It's either 30 or 15.
As we told you going to break, we have a half-sister, the national treasure in this race. Let's go to Rachel.
Yeah, you guys, this is a really nice race. I was looking at it today, and I was going to try to beat the Brad Cox trainee here. And after talking to Ricky, much like a little bit earlier when I said, now I'm kind of wishing I would have flip-flopped it. But hey, let's go against the favorite and try to beat it. Never change your bet, guys. But I went with Pamantina here on top. This horse has been on the turf. We're going a mile on the turf. 2 turns, the question mark. We're moving up here from sprinting on the turf, and we're moving down in class. Barn change, a lot of changes for this horse. So it's a little bit of a question mark, but I like the odds a little bit better than the 9. However, Think Fast looking really, really nice on the track. First-time starter from Brad Cox Barn. He loves to bring them here and break their maiden and take them on to glory, I always say. Fernando de la Cruz rides really well for him, obviously. But I talked to Ricky Giannini, who is Brad's assistant. He said, you know, she comes from a really good family. Her mother won the Golden Rod, which was a grade 2, the Rags to Riches at Churchill as a 2-year-old. And Candy Rides, her father, do well on the turf as well. He said as far as training, that she does really decent in the mornings, should like not just the turf, but 2 turns. So those were his thoughts on Think Fast. And then I put in the 5 here. Pepper Girl gets Joe Ramos. I like this one off the freshening a little bit and the class relief. That's been kind of my thing today, and I think it's paid off across the board with my bets today. Showed a little bit of form on the grass before, back on July 31st of last year, sprinting. It was an even start, nothing to write home about, but at least has something there after all of those all-weather track poly tries. Should transfer onto the turf. Paulo Lobo doing really well when he brings his horses here. I always make note. So, but I'm going to try to beat the favorite here. Pamantina, the Irish, number 8 is who I'm going to go with on top, guys, for our last race here for you at Horseshoe Indie.
Rachel, thank you. So, yeah, here we go. Our last race before we sign off. And 3-1 on the 10. Less is best, who has the experience. That 60 buyer finishing well back, though. 7th in the field at 12 on the turf at Keeneland last start.
She was bad, and her figure's a little bit to do with who she was running with. But in this kind of field, she has to be considered probably the horse to beat. No problem with her. You know, the first-time starters that they're betting, they're kind of betting the wrong one, in my opinion. I understand Candy Ride's a decent turf influence, but this isn't a screaming turf pedigree for Think Fast. And I thought the horses, if you want to bet first-time starters, you bet the 2 Tricky Kitty, who's a Kitten's Joy. Very good second dam, second generation for turf. And maybe the best one of all is Ambea, the 4, who's a ghost zapper. The dam was 3 for 8 in the turf. She's produced 2 to try the turf. Both of them won, one with buyers in the 60s, but one with buyers in the 80s. This is where I want to go, and her second dam's J-Ray.
And obviously, Brad Cox, terrific trainer, one of the best in the game, but those are 2 extremely good barns as well. Brendan Walsh with the 2, the Kitten's Joy filly, Tricky Kitty, and Jonathan Thomas, Mbaya the 4.
Now, the one thing I worry about with Mbaya is, who I bet in here, is that Jonathan Thomas horses usually take money when they're live, and right now she's a little bit light on the board. I don't have a problem with the 8. The 10. The 8 isn't my kind of horse. I'm not saying she can't win, but you're getting this horse from a very potent barn of Phil D'Amato, and really she's a sprinter. And now she's got to get a mile. Now, listen, the competition is likely to be much easier, and wouldn't be shocked if she won. I don't think 5-1's a horrible price on her, but I wonder if she really wants to get the mile in here, and we'll see if that's the case. The 6 is probably the horse to beat of the horses that have experience, but I thought both the 2 and 4 were interesting horses. First-time starters, trying the turf for the first time, good barns and good pedigrees.
Interesting race. Yeah, to close out our Thursday coverage. One of the few viable alternatives to, there's the favorite, the 9, just edging out of your screen.
Want to mention
Brad Cox, first-timer.
Pick 6 carryover tomorrow, $30,568. 9 race card tomorrow. You coming back? You thinking of working tomorrow?
I'm considering it. I'll let you know tomorrow morning.
All right. I hope I see you.
I will be here.
I like to. You will be here.
I will.
Okay, good. The kids are being picked up from school?
They are. They're taken care of. Thank you, Mom.
Laura thrilled with this situation.
Well, I had to take them both to school this morning.
You know,
so.
she could have sat here with me for 3 hours like you have, so I think she got the better
She would
deal.
love that.
Laura's great, absolutely. You're a very lucky man. She's wonderful.
Yes, I am. 5-2 favorites, the 10. Less is best off that Keeneland effort. Marcelina Pedroza with a couple of wins already today. John Dooley, the call. Here's the 6 from Horseshoe Indie.
Card, here's Less is Best. Five to 2 favorite at this time. Less is Best. Second choice, 7-2. Think Fast already standing in the gate. Less is Best has gone all in. Joe Ramos with Pepper Girl. Sammy Bermudez, Kanazawa. Now Luis Contreras with Nixon's Time. Manny Esquivel, Renoir coming up. Navy Silks with a black cap. Chris Landeros with Brave Samantha joined. Over the mile, one more. Sycamore Shoals, Irish rider Danny Sheehy with his 7th mount. A couple of wins here in the U.S. Here for Brendan Walsh in the maiden mile. Sycamore Shoals, they're in the gate. And they're off. Nice line out. Bridgeport away well. Along with Pepper Girl, Brave Samantha is forward. And here's Kanazawa for Sammy Bermudez to lead out. So Kanazawa takes the lead heading toward the first turn. From a close-up, Pam and Tina. Right there is Renoir, and Sycamore Shoals is 4th as they enter the first turn. 6 furlongs to run. After breaking sharp enough, Bridgeport is back in 5th but saving ground. Pepper Girl is in 6th. Tricky Kitty running in 7th. Brave Samantha is 8th. On the outside is Less is Best running in 9th. Gavin Ashton, the first-time starter, and Bayo with the rail. It's linked then to Nixon's Time, and into the hands of Fernando Letta Cruz. Think Fast has dropped back to last. The opening corner, strong pace on, 23.5 seconds. It's Kanazawa. So Kanazawa for Sammy Bermudez leads the turf mile in front of Pam and Tina, who tracks there for Santos Sanjor. Renoir's running in 3rd. Sycamore Shoals 4th on the far outside for Danny Sheehy looking to make headway. Bridgeport running in 5th. Tricky Kitty is 6th. Pepper Girl in 7th. Brave Samantha is 8th. With on the outside, Less is Best. Back there in 9th position. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Nixon's Time is wide. Running in 10th. Elbaya's 11th. And Think Fast has a lot of catching up to do. As these maiden 3-year-old fillies come past the quarter pole, the half mile was 47.77 seconds. At the turn-in, it's Kanazawa. Brave Samantha up the inside. Right there, Pamantina, who's charging hard now. Pamantina takes the top. It's Pamantina. Brave Samantha makes the split. Kanazawa gives way. Here comes Ambaya, who's hit the front now. Late bid by Bridgeport on the outside with Gavin Ashton. This newcomer, it's Ambaya. Ambaya first at 12-1 by 3. Bridgeport was 2nd. Less is Best 3rd. Then Tricky Kitty, Brave Samantha, and Nixon's Time was next.
Jonathan Thomas, first-time starter, and he pointed this one out with the victory in the 6th.
I mean, this horse obviously got a very fast pace, got an excellent ride. You know, saving ground and being able to split and get room. The other two a little unlucky, you know, sort of a similar type trip, but not able to get through in the stretch. It cost her best chance. But Baya, much the best. This horse was 12-1 for a barn that usually gets bet with a giant pedigree in here. Amazing. This is the kind of one, if you're looking through results and you start looking at pedigrees, you go, why wasn't I looking at Horseshoe Indie today?
Rider change Danny Sheehy aboard for Jonathan Thomas. Yeah, 12-1. That number floated up in post time.
I mean, the horse didn't take a nickel at any point in one, like was 1-2.
Big effort to close things out. We thought that was a really interesting race, and yeah, when you point one out, first timer at a price like that, it becomes a lot more interesting.
Almost
doesn't it?
makes up for how unbelievably bad my opinion has been the rest of the day today.
Tomorrow we come out of the gate strong here. We got a graded stakes winner on the turf in the opener. Belmont of the Big A with Grayosh.
Arguably a prep for the Alabama, in fact. I'm not the Alabama, excuse me, the Diana, because you've got Rhiannon, who seems to run by appointment only, but when she runs, she's exceptional. And Grayosh, now, there were a lot of great rides by Flavien Prat last year that led to his Eclipse Award. This one was as good as any of them. This was one where she was able to beat She Feels Pretty, won the New York, and Dynamic Pricing, who won the Just a Game, the two Grade 1s. And she did it because of Flavien. While the other two horses were wide the whole way around the track, Flavien was saving ground every step of the way and coming through inside. She was third best in this race, but the horses she beat were Grade 1 horses, and Flavien got the win, and he deserves an enormous amount of the credit. What a ride this was. This was, in my opinion, the kind of ride that, only the very best riders and riders paying attention give.
What do you think? This will be the second back, for her now as a 4-year-old. Give her a start and see what she produces tomorrow? Do you think there's a chance she can get into the big leagues?
Well, of course. I mean, she did beat very good horses, even with a good trip or not. I'm interested in Eternal Silence in there. It was a bit of a handful that Joel Rosario is riding for Miguel Clement, and I think I picked a lot of Miguel horses tomorrow. That may not be good for him. I apologize.
He had an incredible week, especially closing things out with that win in the Manhattan with Deterministic. What a moment that was. Back with you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time. Early double to Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and Johnny V, known as Love, half-sister to Fierceness, with the victory to kick things off. Then Reside, first-time starter, gives them the early double. Trail of Gold, maybe a little lucky, but congrats to the connections here as Mommy's Turn, some issues in the stretch getting interfered with.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.